Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the HerStory Summit, November 2021. This is Gertrude Mache here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia, and I am so excited to be reconnecting with you today. My co hosts, please introduce yourselves, tell everybody where you are.
Hello everyone, my name is Ruth Dengwani and I am in Harare in Zimbabwe.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Y Renee and I'm in the great city of Chicago, Illinois.
Wonderful. Apologies for us starting late. We had a few technical errors this morning, things that went wrong. So we have to just breathe and be present to this moment. We made it to yet another online summit, and we have an amazing lineup of speakers for November. So this summit is going to run from the 20th to the 30th of November. And we're going to have our last summit on the 5th to the 15th of December. So we will kick this off with some fascinating news. The HerStory Circles app won the Australia Women in Tech Award. Yesterday, we pitched the concept of this app, and I'm going to share with you, to start us off this morning, that video so you can see what is coming for HerStory. We've been working diligently to create a platform where we can all connect and be able to give you coaching, training, create our community, keep us connected. And the future is that our platform will start creating job opportunities for you, especially in the corporate world. As you know, I do a lot of speaking in the diversity, inclusion, and belonging world. There is a huge need for female speakers to step up and be heard. So this is the pitch. I will play it and then we will catch up and have a little discussion about it while we're waiting for our first speaker. So give me a second to line up the video. Oops. In the meantime, Ruth, you can entertain people.
Like a startup.
Thanks. We've been approached by 6141 Medical, who's a medical device manufacturer, who are very interested.
Okay, so I'm trying to just queue up this video to the right place. I will share my screen.
Yeah, you do that. Technology.
Yes. Oh, last night was exciting.
Are we broadcasting on Facebook as well?
Yes.
Are you on our Facebook page and our YouTube?
Facebook and YouTube, correct.
Awesome.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Lovely idea. I think it's really heartfelt and it's a beautiful idea. I'm really curious to hear, how have you validated the idea in order to actually know that there's a problem that you're solving and that there's a need to actually solve it?
This idea was launched in July.
Hold on a second.
That they could have, that's being produced from the headset. So what makes ours different is that we have quite a novel sensor design that is able to go through hair. And thanks, I might actually hit you up on that offer. So,
yeah, pleasure.
Sorry about that. It was hard queuing it up.
Another thing, Amy, about your manufacturing, and that's another thing you need to consider. Where are you going to manufacture your piece, and how is IP protected? And it's going to be in Australia or China or elsewhere. And how are you going to control the quality? And those are the things you really need to consider. And that's going to be a deciding factor for your success, especially if you are product driven, like a startup.
Thanks. We've been approached by 6141 Medical, who's a medical device manufacturer, who are very interested, and we are meeting every 6 months. So they would like to take us through the manufacturing stage once our sensor is fully optimized.
Right.
I'm not sure if you can hear me. My computer is playing up. Can you hear me? Okay, wonderful. I would now, thank you so much, Amy Rose, and I would now like to introduce our next speaker, Gertrude, who is joining us from New Zealand. Welcome, Gertrude.
Unmute. Good evening, everyone. Imagine a woman in a village in Africa designing a tribal necklace, selling it for what it's worth to a designer in New York for New York Fashion Week, and then giving an online lecture to students in a university in Paris. That is the Diversity Connector app. Good evening, everyone. My name is Gertrude Mache. I'm a social entrepreneur originally from Zimbabwe and living in New Zealand for the last 21 years. I'm the founder and global curator of the HerStory Circle movement. And this is a multimedia platform where we coach and mentor speakers. We curate their stories into videos, podcasts, magazines, and books. Women in developing countries are at the bottom of the food chain. We're poor, not because we're lazy or lack creativity, but because we don't get access to the global marketplace to trade our goods and services and connect. The Diversity Connector is an app that bridges that gap for women in third world countries with those in the first world. It will help them access corporate speaking opportunities and training opportunities as well. Our tagline is inspired, ideas ignited, and implemented. In phase 1, the Diversity Connector is an idea busting tool for thought leaders and a memory practice app for speakers. It has a self-paced speaking course to create your signature speech. You get speaking tips and information. You get appointments and tasks that you can schedule and get reminders an hour before or 15 minutes. You accumulate points by enrolling other members, reading blog articles, watching recommended videos, and meeting appointments with your appointed accountability partner. We already have 30,000 members in 15 countries, and we're based here in Wellington, New Zealand. We want to release our pilot for free to the first 1,000 users. In phase 2, the Diversity Connector is now a bridge between our speakers and our women in our community with corporate speaking opportunities and workshop facilitation in diversity, inclusion, and belonging. It will also have a payment gateway via telephone technology for those women in third world countries. Today, I'm here to ask for your help, not just for funding to market and scale this platform, to develop our MVP in phase 1, but to extend your networks to help us reach more women, get corporate sponsorship and grants. So please step into the future with me and help us transform the world, one woman at a time, one story at a time. Thank you.
I think I'm off mute. I think we may have, can everyone hear me? Thank you. I think we may have lost Peace.
Yeah. So
yes,
someone else has become host.
Okay. Well, I'll help Peace out and I might help facilitate just for a few minutes. Congratulations, Greta. Well done. Gertrude, on a fantastic pitch. And I love the idea. I think it's really heartfelt and it's a beautiful idea. I'm really curious to hear, how have you validated the idea in order to actually know that there's a problem that you're solving and that there's a need to actually solve it?
This idea was launched in July 2019. I had collapsed with congestive heart failure in a rice field in Indonesia.
I'm sorry.
And I realized at that point that all of my projects that I had initiated in Africa, Southeast Asia, the Caribbean, where I was helping get women out of poverty with very small amounts of money from my businesses, would have died with me. So I launched this as an in-person conference. I got sponsorship from the New Zealand government. I was given a grant for $150,000 in 2019, which I didn't manage to use because of COVID. I had 10 in-person events in Las Vegas, Wellington, Sydney, Norway, London, New York, Brisbane, Melbourne, Hamilton, and Auckland before everything stopped in March 2020. I then put the platform online, and we are scaling faster now than I could have ever imagined. So I've proved it, I've tested it. There is a need. Women are wanting to connect. They're wanting opportunities to make money from home. And we have a growing community that already exists.
Fantastic. Well done.
Well done, and thank you. My name is Iman Solomon. I'm the Social Inclusion Ambassador for Women in Tech Australia. I'd like to welcome you all. And just please, Mitchell, having some technical difficulties from the other end. So if can please the next panelist ask the next questions, please. Thank you.
So yeah, I really want to acknowledge you, Gertruda, and this is an amazing pitch. And also, by myself as a migrant from another country, I just know how challenging it can be to talk about the diversity inclusion. So, a few things I want to ask was what is your current business model? Is a subscription model, like is it just a social enterprise? And how, I get the picture. But then, other than the what you ask for, everyone connect, like the money side, and how much money you ask for, what's that for?
Okay, so I am asking for $1 million. We are a pay-to-play platform. Our members come online to speak. For $97 at a minimum, they get a 15-minute opportunity, like a TED Talk. At $447 and $997, we charge them to get published in an anthology with 10 other women, and they get published in the HerStory magazine. They get exposure through our podcast. So people have already been paying these prices. We also didn't want money to be a barrier to entry for women to participate, especially women from Zimbabwe, from Africa, where I come from. $97 is a lot of money. So we have created a scholarship program where there are some women within our network who will sponsor another woman in a third world country who can't afford, and that has been working like a charm. We go ahead and design that woman's book cover. We help her promote and market her story using our networks, and people pre-order her book. So if she sells 15 books, she qualifies for the 447 package. If she sells 30 copies, she qualifies for the 997 package. And that has been working as well. Now, the amount of money I'm asking for is to help me build the technology behind this platform. In Africa, people don't get access to physical cash. In Zimbabwe in particular, we do not have a currency. We are trading in US dollars. So unless you have children who live overseas, who send you money, people are bartering for basic food commodities in Africa. So what I used to do when my parents were alive is I would send them money through their phone. We have what's called eco-cash. So in every village in Africa, people have got cell phones. And that's how we transact. You can take your cell phone to a supermarket, you can pay your children's school fees. And that's how I've been supporting the women in the cooperatives that I have set up in Africa. I transfer the money through a platform called World Remit. So I'm wanting to interface that in phase 2. I'm also trying to turn this into a reality TV show. So imagine a show like The Voice, American Idol, but for speakers. The competition is on two parts. It's on you standing up as a thought leader with an idea that can be implemented by somebody else. On the other side, every one of our members brings a social impact project that she supports in her community. We're looking for those unsung heroes, people who do things for other people without expecting any acknowledgement, grassroots projects where if we donate $5,000, $10,000, we know that 100 women got out of poverty from that gift.
Okay, great. So very impressive, Gertrude, what you're wanting to achieve there. And one of the things I've always liked is microfinance in third world countries, where, as you know, microfinance always goes to the women because give it to the men and then they'll waste the money, and women apply the money and they use it to not only look after their family but also to create jobs for other women as well. And that's how you create great social change in third world countries. And I can see similarities in what you're talking about, what you're wanting to do there, because I mean, if you can change one or two women's life in a village, then automatically you're changing the village as well. So I think, you know, it's a great initiative that you've got going there, and I can start to see how you could do it where, like you said, having sponsorships and having sponsors fund these young women to be able to build their dream over there as well. So I need to understand a little bit more about how you want to go about doing it. And suppose going back to the same thing I said before with Amy, that I mean, you want $1 million, but it's again about having a look at when you need that and where to source it from, and what are the ways of being able to fund this as well. And happy to have an offline conversation with you around some of the options on doing that. But I'm a really great believer in things like what you're doing, because I think the more that we can empower young women in particular in third world countries, that's where you're going to create the social change. It's not with the men, it's with the women.
No.
Yeah,
Thank you, Peter. And we've already found a solution to raise the $1 million amongst the community.
Right.
In scaling this project, we are now licensing the HerStory Circle platform for other women to invest at $1,000. So if we got enough money to market and promote that and sell 1,000 licenses at $1,000 each, we can raise the money just within our community. It's the marketing budget that's really difficult at the moment.
Yeah, to get to there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So have you scoped out what you think that is?
We have scoped that out at 50,000 US.
Yep.
And the platform that we are trying to look at, we can get a platform that we can white label from one of my mentors to get us started and get the community on the platform and start testing the app. She said it will cost us anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000. And that's why I phased it in 3 phases. So we're not trying to do everything at once.
Yep. Cool. All right, great. Well, as I said, the invite's there if you want to have an offline conversation.
Thank you.
That's the type of things we as a firm that we want to support. I mean, it's not for us, that's not about making money, that's about making a difference. And as I said, I'm a great believer in empowering women in third world countries, and not only that, giving them access to first world business knowledge as well, which would be an interesting thing. Or you maybe even have considered that as well. But, I think, that's one of the things we need to do as a first world, is to share how we do things to get to there.
And vice versa. There's a lot of knowledge that comes out of developing countries that is not known.
Yeah, absolutely. And
thank you.
That's the beauty of technology, in particular, cell phones, is they've changed everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Gertrude. It's wonderful hearing your story and hearing about this incredible work that you are doing and your vision for even more of that in the future. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, I would now like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Joe Agresta. Welcome, Joe.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. So that was the pitch yesterday. I am going to fast forward to the end So you see what happened at the end when they were selecting the winner. It was so nerve-wracking.
I can imagine.
Oh my gosh. But I just feel so excited that we managed to get here. And the organization that helped put all of this together, I'm going to play a small clip of the founder who is funding women and encouraging them to step up and use their voices and start all of these amazing initiatives. So we'll just watch the end before we reconnect and have a little bit of a fireside chat. So give me a second again. I have queued it up now. Share screen. There we go.
A recording that the founder of Women's Entrepreneurship Day organization, Wendy Diamond, recorded especially for today for us here in Australia and New Zealand. So I'll share my screen now so that I can play that for you. Now let me just...
Well, Enid is still sleeping. Chanel is inside, I know, but no answer. But
can you see that now? Yep. Wendy Diamond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Wendy Diamond, founder of Women's Entrepreneurship Day organization, and I'm thrilled to be sharing We Do 2021 with you. This is an empowering movement for women across the globe who are leading the way to a whole new world. I would love to recognize one very special woman, our Oceania Regional Ambassador, Theme Rains, for her incredible and tireless work to amplify, inspire, and empower women in your region. And she is the most amazing soul, and all of our incredible ambassadors in Australia and New Zealand. I founded Women's Entrepreneurship Day in 2013 after volunteering for the Adelante Foundation in Honduras, which provides microloans to impoverished women. I learned that when microloans are offered to women, not only do women find the means to work and support themselves and their families, their work bolsters the local economies. What's more, women to take it upon themselves to pay back these loans at a 98% rate, almost 100%. Women worldwide have historically been underpaid, undervalued, underrepresented, underfunded, and underestimated, and we still are. We Do is here to change that. My vision for We Do was to create a simplified movement, a ground-up approach to uplift the 4 billion women on the planet to create better futures for themselves and ultimately achieve gender equality. We are celebrating our 8th anniversary. I'm proud to say the We Do movement is stronger than ever, with an incredible army of over 300 global ambassadors with over 250,000 members leading and celebrating Women's Entrepreneurship Day and championing We Do movement in 144 countries. We are empowering women and girls to take an active role in the economy and igniting a network of women leaders, innovators, and entrepreneurs to launch startups, drive economic expansion, and strengthen communities around the world. Our mission is to catalyze positive social change and economic growth from the ground up, especially for the 2.5 billion people unbanked that are mostly impoverished women, and to celebrate, empower, and support women entrepreneurs. With the continuing economic downturn due to the COVID-19, women and minorities have been the hardest hit sectors of our global economy. The devastating impact of the pandemic on women-owned businesses threatens to reverse decades of economic gains achieved by these very women. An alarming report by Oxfam International shows us that in 2020 alone, women around the world lost more than 64 million jobs, the equivalent of 5% of the total jobs held by women globally. In addition, this loss of jobs due to the pandemic cost women around the world at least $800 billion in earnings, a figure that is more than the combined GDP of 98 countries. Investing in women has never been a higher priority or more critical. Yet, women continue to defy the odds in the face of the pandemic. We are an undeniable, unstoppable force. I am here today to remind you to never forget that. We have always known that the future is female. Women entrepreneurs do make a difference. Our foundation, with our partnership with Opportunity International, we are proud to be funding 1,000 impoverished women with microloans to start their entrepreneurial journey, providing these women with a hand up, not a hand out. We are also happy to announce that we have an initiative to fund 100,000 women in Afghanistan with crypto. We are going to be creating a unique peer-to-peer ecosystem through direct access with cryptocurrency. We are providing the funding for these women who suddenly found themselves thrust into crisis after the rapid fall of the government to become more self-sufficient and to provide food for their families. This year, we are so excited that we initiated and funded the launch of the very first Women's Disability Startup Cohort in partnership with Together International. We are literally providing funding through this partnership with our We Do network of supporters, including the most amazing Lorene Arbus. This inspiration actually happened last year during Women's Entrepreneurship Day when we interviewed Judy Heumann, the human rights pioneer. She inspired me to think of this amazing idea, and we're so happy that this launched this last year during the anniversary of the American Disabilities Act. And we are super excited that Google for Startups has committed to funding the continued growth of this program. Woohoo! To support women with disabilities to become the best entrepreneurs they can be. I believe there are 5 keys to a woman becoming a successful entrepreneur. You need to have passion. You must absolutely love what you're doing and put your whole heart and soul into your goal. Persistence. You must never, ever give up. You will hear a million no's. However, it just takes one yes to change your life forever. Perseverance. An entrepreneur's journey can be super rough. Remember that you have the power within you to overcome any obstacle or any challenge. And purpose. Find your why. Something bigger than you that fills you with passion and purpose. Far more important than financial success is your ability to make a positive imprint on this world. And lots of puppy love, whether it's with a human or a dog. You need to find a person that's going to give you unconditional loyalty, unconditional love, and a lasting bond, because being an entrepreneur is rough. You need someone in your corner, always there for you, supporting you. And I want to share my deepest thanks from everyone a part of We Do, and including our partners, NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center, AWS, UBS, and Ninja Hideout for joining the We Do mission to support, empower, and uplift women around the world in business. Thank you to each and every one of you for making a difference in the world and joining us. And especially the incredible ambassadors that are part of our movement that are donating their time to make this dream a reality. We do. Women entrepreneurs do make a difference. Never forget that. In actuality, Women's Entrepreneurship Day is not just today, but every day, 365 days a year. So support, empower, and celebrate women in business every day. Together, we will change the world to become a better place for all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that theme. So inspiring.
Isn't that great? How do I, sorry, unshare it? Or you can do that from your end.
Click stop sharing.
Click stop sharing. Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Theme, and thank you to our We Do ambassadors who are also here from, we have Caroline Kennedy, Rachel Ferguson, and is Candice here as well? Candice Meisels. So thank you for being here. And Belinda Agnew, our Women in Tech, another of our Women in Tech ambassadors is here as well. But I think it's time to get things going now. Our investor panel are back and they are ready to make an announcement. The moment you have all been waiting for is here. So we'd love to start by hearing who you selected in third place.
Okay, so we have a lot of discussions and heated and debate, acknowledgement, what has been doing very great. First thing, we want to congratulate every single participant, and you guys did an amazing job, all right? And to be where you are, it takes a lot of effort, a lot of, hard and work and commitment, and to make where you are today. So it is a really hard decision for us to debate who will be what. However, after we discussed the strengths, the weakness on different projects, we unanimously come to the conclusion and choose the 3 entrepreneurs. However, nevertheless, who is not on our list, you are fabulous, okay? It's still great, and you just need to acknowledge yourself for that. And we just choose down tonight, limited information we have, and we have chosen the 3 following entrepreneurs. So, by the way, Pete, what do they get for 1, 2, 3?
So we have a number of prizes. Our sponsors include Caroline Kennedy, who's providing mentoring, Rachel Ferguson, who is also providing mentoring. They'll win $3,000 in cash from Women in Tech Australia. They'll also receive a prize pack from Synthesis Organics, as well as a PR pack from Candice Meisel's PR. And the other prize they get is 6 months in the Women's Business School Accelerator Program for 2022. So incredible prize pool there.
Wow!
Very exciting.
I want to win.
I know, it's incredible.
Wonderful, wonderful, fabulous. So in that case, Johnson, the 3rd place for tonight is Cassie Humble.
Congratulations, Kathy. That's wonderful.
Hi,
I want to hear the noise.
Yeah. Cassie, do I see you?
I'm here.
Where?
There she is.
Yep, I'm here.
Congratulations, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you to all the judges.
Yay. The 2nd place is Fiona. Woohoo! Where's Fiona?
Yay! Congratulations, Fiona.
Are you there?
Fiona. She is here. Fiona?
Fiona! Fiona!
There she is. Yay! 2nd place, Fiona. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Fiona. You are on the 2nd place. All right. So, everyone, put your video on. Let's congratulate. The 1st place is our wonderful Gertrude.
Yay! Congratulations.
So, Pete, do you want Gertrude to give a little bit speech about how she feels of winning this tonight award?
Yes, please come forward and give your acceptance speech, Gertrude.
I don't have words. Thank you all so much for this amazing gift. I've been working for 2 years, funding this on my own with a lot of challenges and so many women relying on me. And this is an acknowledgement that it just been so worthwhile. So, my heart is full. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Yeah. 3 of the judges unanimously, want to acknowledge you and feel you and connect with you. We're all very impressed with, how you present yourself, how you present to the judges, how you present the pitch. And we just want to say, well done. It's an amazing job. And, we all feel your passion, your commitment to this work, to the women, and well done. Thank you.
And you're making me cry too, and I think all of us cry actually. But just a big thank you to all of you amazing and inspiring women, because you make our work and our jobs just so rewarding. And the acceptance that Gertrude has just given is just, it really does. You all inspire me every single day, and I'm really grateful to be able to do what I do. So thank you.
Yeah. Look, I agree. You're all winners, and it was difficult to pick out who were the winners, because in the end, I mean, as I said earlier, being an entrepreneur is a really tough game. Okay, and it's one where you're continually getting knockbacks and challenges, and I have to I respect and honor each and one of you for choosing to be entrepreneurs and to go out there and be brave and to champion your ideas. And personally, I just want to wish you all the best with it. And Jackie and I were having a chat just before, because we want to support everybody, to be able to realize your dreams. And we just tossed around an idea before. So Jackie, do you want to share it?
Yeah, we would love, Shipreneur and Zash Ventures would love to offer the whole cohort an investment ready session. So how to become investment ready. So I'll have a chat to Peace, and we can do something up, and we'd love to just be able to support in a it's a small gesture, but it's a gesture of support to be able to say you're all doing a great job, and we'd love to help where we can.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, I
Thank you
also
so much.
offered to 5 people, lucky people, who want to, want to have a chat with me and discuss whatever you want to discuss, and for $44 for 3 hours of my time. So
I'll take it.
Yes, you take it.
Oh my gosh, what a wonderful night we've had.
Peace, you can do that too. I will do that for you. Don't worry.
Thank you so much, Lindy.
Help you on the journey of digitization, and also investment readiness, or all blockchain related, whatever. So in that is my contribution back to the community. However, I'm a startup founder too, so that's why I limited only 5 people. So.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Peter and Jackie. I love that idea. Let's plan that for in the new year, and I'll be in touch with all of our founders, and we'll get together and have a session with you both. It's a really great idea and a great way to start 2022, getting everybody ready. Well, thank you so much to all of our investors. Thank you so much to our presenters tonight. You've all been incredible, and we've just all been inspired by the work that you're doing. So please keep going, keep following your dreams, and please reach out to us for help if there's anything we can do to help you. We would love to encourage you all to become part of Women in Tech Australia, as well as be part of the Women's Entrepreneurship Day organisation. So we'd love to keep following you on your journey and supporting you on your journey. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. Thank you to everybody who joined us live and everyone who's watching on the recording. It's been wonderful having all of you celebrating with us tonight as well. And finally, a big thank you to our prize partners and sponsors. It's so lovely what you have provided for our winners. Gertrude, you get to be part of the Women's Business School in 2022, which I'm so excited about. You also receive mentoring, PR package, and a beautiful hamper from Synthesis Organics. So it's wonderful. I'm excited. Thank you, everyone. And let's all keep in touch and keep supporting women entrepreneurs and women in tech. Thank you so much, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Congratulations. Thank you for creating this amazing opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all the winners. Good night, and well done. Have a great day. And just remember, be the change you want to see in the world. So
yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Oh, I still feel like crying. That was an incredible evening. Just absolutely humbling. And what it feels like for me, it's like I've been pregnant for the last 2 years. And the baby is now born. It's in the world. It's being seen. But I would not have been able to do this without the help of the women who came behind the HerStory movement. But in particular, I want to thank my little sister, Ruth, for being there with me every single step of the way. A lot of people think that there's a big machine behind her story. You guys need to know there isn't. Ruth and I have worked tirelessly. She wakes up at the oddest hours of the day, living in Zimbabwe, my being here in New Zealand, and has held the line and kept me motivated and inspired to do the work. So, Ruth, I do not have the words to thank you for being my friend, for being my sister, and for keeping me supported these last 2 years. Thank you. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Oh, God. So, any questions, everybody?
Wow.
Let's have a little Q&A so I can explain the vision of what is coming while we wait for our first speaker for today's summit. Comfort, we would like you to join us. I will email you the link if you could be part of our panel this morning. I can see you are commenting on Facebook, so I'll send you this link. Comfort is a new member to the HerStory family. I just got her registration this morning. We connected again through a very strange series of coincidences. So she is in the United States and just submitted her registration today. So come online, Comfort. We would love to have you join us. Ruth, Renee, anybody who's watching on Facebook, you can type in the chat. We can see your comments. We have a comment from Kay Monique saying congratulations to all of the winners. Keep up the good work. So Ruth, if you could pay attention to the chat messages as well and share them.
Yes, and Pilisi Wendovu says exceptional. Thank you. And I think she's joining us from Germany. She's in Germany. Okay. And we have Joelle. I think Joelle is one of our speakers for this summit. She says, massive congratulations, Gertrude. Well deserved and amazing. Whew, you know, hard work, all the work really pays off. You know, the seed that you planted, your love for Africa, your love for not only Africa. I know you do work also with Bali and the other third world countries. Yeah, you've been to in the Caribbean. You've done work there. So I think it's just all coming together, and this is the reward. What an awesome win, hey? What an awesome evening it was. Congratulations to us. Congratulations to you.
They say that for a leader to lead, you have to be able to transfer the vision to others so they can follow. And the real leaders are people like you, Ruth, people like you, Renee, who see the vision, who see the potential, who step into the space to lead. This would not have happened unless you saw it with me.
True.
So the vision that we have now is to raise the money to market and promote for us to attract our first 1,000 chairpersons globally. We want HerStory to go out to 1,000 locations around the world. It will cost $1,000. The first 1,000 women to step up are going to be rewarded for stepping into the space. The license fee goes up to $10,000 thereafter. So if any of you are inspired to be the first, please inbox me on Facebook, send me an email. I will put my email with the banner at the bottom. Get in touch with us. This is almost like investing in Facebook when Facebook was starting. So step into the space and see the potential of where you could go by being a part of the Her Story movement. We really want to make sure that we build our first lineup of leaders, women who are going to be in the forefront of taking this movement all over the world. So it looks like our first speaker has arrived. I don't know if you ladies have any other questions, any other comments, or
There's
shall we
comments.
dive in?
Let me just go through the comments before we dive in.
Okay.
Lisiwe says, ladies, thank you so much for the inspiration. We are learning from you and are proud to have all the sisters who are great role models. Could you kindly elaborate more on the licenses part, though, and how we can assist and help too? I think you've already touched on that. So maybe
Yeah, so
Lisiwe.
so what we need is we need 1,000 women to invest in the Her Story movement. Your investment is $1,000, which can be easily recovered by you participating in a week as a chairperson for the Her Story movement. I will explain the business model. So inbox me, send me your email. I'll be hosting a webinar to take people through step by step what this means, what it entails, what you get for your investment, and what you will earn, because we are trying to create employment for women so you can work from home by supporting Her Story movement as well. There's a lot that is coming. So thank you for expressing that interest. I will be hosting a webinar next week to walk you through the vision, the finance model, and what you get as a chairperson for the movement.
And Marianne said, congratulations, Gertrude and Tim. As well, Dr. Judy Mora Love says, amazing, amazing, powerful. So thank you, ladies.
Fantastic. Thank you for participating, everybody. Keep putting your comments, your questions in the chat. We will address them as we roll through the day. But to honor our first speaker, we will invite her onto the platform now, and we will soon disappear. But let's just welcome her collectively. Velvet, it's awesome to see you again. You have graced us with your presence multiple times on the Her Story platform. And I am so excited that you are going to open today's summit. As usual, you know what my request is. If you could sing a traditional African song for us. So for those of you who don't know Velvet, she is an amazing musician. When I first met her, it was when I was running a workshop in Brisbane. And it was, again, one of those synchronistic little weird coincidences where you meet someone who walks into a workshop by accident, ends up participating in that workshop and knowing exactly that she was supposed to be there. And we've been friends ever since. She was married to a Zimbabwean man. She learned our music. She learned our language. And the first time I heard her sing, I had goosebumps. If I had closed my eyes, I would have thought it was an African woman. She truly has an African soul. She's a sister from another mother. Gives me great pleasure to introduce you, Velvet. The stage is yours. We're going to exit and let you open our day and serenade us.
How long do I have, Gertrude? Is it just one African song, or you want a few songs?
No, it's up to you. The stage is yours. You have as much time as you want today.
Jeez. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Amazing. Well, I think I'll start with Gertrude's song, the African traditional Mbira. It's a beautiful Zimbabwean instrument, and I was very lucky to learn quite a few of their beautiful pieces. There's a shadow on my face. I'm sorry about that. I don't know where that's coming from. But my name is Velvet Pesu. I live in Brisbane. And this is for Gertrude and everyone else. Tatsungaira. It's the first song that that I learnt, and it's a prayer. Tatsungaira, Vanvanya Tatsungaira, Masangoboye. Amboya ni handa mutsumu waye, woye Tatsungaira, Vanvanya Tatsungaira, Masangoboye. Amboya ni handa mutsumu waye, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Tatsungara, Vanvanya Tatsungara, Masangoboye. Amboya ni handa mutsumu waye, woye Tatsungara, Vanvanya Tatsungara, Masangoboye. Amboya ni handa mutsumu waye, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Tatsungara, Vanvanya Tatsungara, Masangoboye. Amboya ni handa mutsumu waye, woye Tatsungara, Vanvanya Tatsungara, Masangoboye. Amboya ni handa mutsumu waye, oh yeah, 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 yeah. The mbira, beautiful instrument of Zimbabwe. So I've got a couple of songs I'll play on the guitar, and then, yeah. Right. You're drawing me in layers. You're drawing me in layers as I lay my life on paper. I'm mapping the dirt beneath my feet. You're drawing me in layers as I lay my life on paper. I'm mapping the dirt beneath my feet. My brush strokes you in sweet surrender. Dark night folds as daydreams render. And you're drawing me so sweetly. Take time to accentuate that love. based on you. And you're drawing me so sweetly. Take time to accentuate that love. It's texture based on you. Whoa. It's texture based on you. Yeah. It's texture based on you. You're drawing me in layers as I lay my life on paper, mapping the dirt beneath my feet. You're drawing me in layers as I lay my life on paper, I'm mapping the dirt beneath my feet. The dirt beneath my feet. All right. I move inside around ebb and flow, mapping ephemeral gestures as I go. Each mark informs the next on this earth canvas. Impassioned by transient revelations of the you. Concentric circles, tidal waters they renew. Being here, being here, sitting in the whites of your eyes, consumed by the rhythm in the rising tides. Yeah, I'm swimming in the whites of your eyes, consumed by the rhythm in the rising tides. mapping ephemeral gestures as I go. Each mark informs the next on this earth canvas. Impassioned by transient revelations of you. Thank you. Alrighty. The shadow on the wall, it reminds me of your peace. The light flickers in the room, revealing your face. How I stand in awe, yeah, yeah. How I stand in awe of you. La da da dee, do yeah. 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 It's you. Your way. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's you. Your way. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. The shadow on the wall, it reminds me of your peace. The light flickers in the room, revealing your face. How I stand in awe, yeah, yeah. How I stand in awe of you. I think I will tell you a poem. So, intrinsic nature, stripped bare, a revolution of self-perspective conscience, stripped bare of narrow definition and the obtuse desire to be other than self-reflexive. Nature will forge your way, taste but be sure not to waste, seeds sown on the inside. Nurture new beginnings for the mind's heart conceive. Sound waves peak and fracture oceans of vast white linear perspective. Heart's exacerbation, ensuing immense illumination. Just be here now, more than words. Just be here now. Just be here now, more than words. Just be here now. Yeah, yeah. Just be here now, more than words. Be here now. Take time, move slowly. Contemplating infinite progression for Deep in the heartbeats, your contribution to that symphony. Just be here now, more than words. Just be here now, yeah, yeah. Just be here now, more than words. Be here now. My head held high, standing, whirling with the wind. I've become Sky Mountain. My river veins course into the sea, mirroring worlds within me. Daydreaming, flying over the sea, staring above myself at the reflection of me, floating so eloquently with a whale of a tail. This is the life for me. Seemingly lost but not alone. My, how I've grown. It's my intention to be held captive by the sea. I'm going to play a rhythm for you now. This is another traditional instrument from Zimbabwe for you, Gertrude. Ngoma. Next time, take me with you. Next time, take me with you. I wanna be with you. I wanna see with you. For you inspire a smile on my face. Everywhere I look and in every place, I see beauty that surrounds me. Mister, you're astounding me. Next time, take me with you. Next time, take me with you. I wanna be with you. I wanna see with you. For you inspire a smile on my face. Everywhere I look, in every place, I see beauty that surrounds me. Oh, you're astounding me. So I could keep going, or I could. Where are you, Gertrude?
Absolutely amazing, 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 Velvet. I'm going to amazing, amazing. I'm going to bring on my panel so we do a little Q&A session, and then you could finish off with some more music. You know, I love your music. I can never get enough of it. So my question is, how do you create these pieces? So I'm trying to encourage more women to come and join us who are creatives. We don't want the HerStory platform to just be for speakers. We're looking for musicians, dancers, philosophers. If you've got anything to share, a poem, please step into this creative space and express yourself in any way you can. So tell us a little bit about your creative process. How do you come up with a poem? How do you come up with a new song?
Well, I mean, I'm an artist, so I don't see art and life as separate at all. In fact, I don't see math, science, English, any of it separate. It's all, everything is one thing for me. So it's basically part of a process of being alive. And every day an artwork will be created because of the walk that I've just been on and the inspiration of that particular walk. Or it's basically just an appreciation and a gratitude for time and life. And then I guess each thing is basically just pivoting off the last. So a process of becoming, yeah. I love to improvise though, so I've never recorded my songs because I've never wanted to lock them into being anything other than what they are. Which I don't know if that's an intentional thing or just because I'm a mother of 2 kids and it's just life, but I haven't really, that hasn't been a priority to me because it's always flowing and changing and becoming. And even my paintings, like I'll still work on them they're never finished, they never end, they're infinite in their potential. And I don't think I'd ever say something's, done or completed in that way. I just see it as an ongoing process of becoming. Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Renee, Ruth, jump in here with some questions and comments.
I did want to say just quickly, I've been running amazing improvisation voice workshops with groups, and it's incredible. Like, so people who've never sung, in half an hour, we're performing for crowds, and it's just the most beautiful thing. It's just every single person has rhythm and voice. They just have to acknowledge it.
That's amazing. And are you doing any of these online?
I could easily and would easily do these online. Yeah, I've been doing them in person because that's just where I've been.
Now count me in. The next, let's organize this. I would like to find my singing voice. I say to people who don't know how to sing, I can hold you by speaking, but I'm sure I could transfer it with a bit of music.
Yeah. Well, there is really there's no right or wrong. It's basically just your own belief in yourself, and your capacity is there already. You just have to tap into that and believe it for yourself. And actually, it's basically, there is nothing, there's no judgment, just allow it to be, and it is, and it's perfect the way it is. That's what we have to realize.
I love that. Renee and Ruth.
I just have one question. Did you teach yourself to play those instruments?
Yes.
That's
I
amazing.
I knew the African Imbira before I met my husband. That's how I met my husband. So I had actually taught myself that. And a friend of mine had come back from Zimbabwe years before and brought me an Imbira, which is that Imbira I was playing. So it's still my favorite Imbira, even after buying many, many, many over the years. It's still my favorite, the first one I ever had. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And what a beautiful instrument it is, the mbira, you know. It's really, really beautiful. And you play so well. And every time you come to the show, you know, you come onto her story. Yeah, that's a beautiful one. Every time you come onto the show, you are amazing. It's like somebody says she is from Africa. Said the white woman is from Africa.
I think
That's
you
how well you
are.
play. You
Africa is
play
the
like,
cradle of humanity. It's in your
yes,
genes, Velvet.
It completely is, and it's been a really interesting process actually. Now not being married to an African, because suddenly I'm like, is it authentic for me to run African drumming workshops? When I'm like, yeah, I'm really shocked that I'm not actually African. It's becoming an issue. It's actually a real shock to my system. I'm like, okay, I have to realign and retitle these things because I can't exactly say that I'm African now. Like before, it made sense because we had our kids and he was there and it was all part of the same. But yeah, now I just have to become a Finnish drumming circle. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard with cultural appropriation. I would hate to be someone who doesn't respect culture, but I really do respect culture. It's how I've learned. I studied Indian tabla as well. So like actually world rhythm for me is everything, and every culture specific. I just love tribal or traditional or nature or authentic. Anything authentic is my passion, and I would hope that I can retain authenticity. That's just my goal. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I can never get enough. Whenever you come online, it's like you fill my soul because we miss this music. We're so far away from it.
Yeah.
And
well,
the Mbira is really
amazing
known.
things.
Say that again.
What was that?
The Mbira
amazing
is
things are
known
happening though. Do you know Forward Quenda? He's an Imbira player.
Yes.
Yeah, so he wants me to tour and be the vocalist and drummer and an Imbira player for his world tours, which COVID probably won't allow. But it is interesting how the doors have all opened. I've been proposed to pretty much by multiple Imbira players since.
So you might just get that second husband from Zimbabwe again.
No, I'm not getting married again. I doubt that very much. I'm actually quite content to live in my independence with my children at the moment and not need to worry about any of that for the time being. But yeah.
The guys can hold off for now.
What was that?
The guys can just hold off for now.
Well, yeah, I've already married one Imbira player. That's plenty. But it is pretty funny that Imbira, like, it's just because I know the Imbira songs, I think, and it's like there's an there. But Forward particularly is more like about touring. He wants to tour. He wants to actually play music and heal the world, which would be awesome. So that is something I probably would do if I could do it. Yeah.
Ruth, I wonder if Forward Quenda is related to the late Dr. Quenda.
Yeah, Dr. Quenda, because there was a musical arts gift in the family.
Yeah,
so it could be.
Trace that. So we had a family friend who died a few years ago. He was supporting all of our work in Zimbabwe. Him and his wife died almost at the same time, months after each other. But they're from the Quenda family, and I wouldn't be surprised if they aren't related. We need to find out.
Yeah. It would be interesting.
Wonderful. So shall we
Cool.
end this session with some more
Yes.
music, ladies?
Oh, sure.
Music and poetry. Then we'll take a small break and wait for our next speaker. So it's all up to you, Velvet. You
All right.
have the floor. We have 20 minutes before our next speakers come. So take your
Oh, wow.
time, do as much as you want or as little as you want. We're just here
All right.
to hold space for you and have this beautiful conversation.
All right. I don't know if I'll sing you the songs I wrote for my children, and yeah, there's
Wonderful. All right, we'll disappear and give you the stage.
I don't know if I need 20 minutes though. That's a long time, but I could. I shortened everything. Oh no, I'll do some more stuff. Let's just go with it.
Go with the flow and just let me know when you have drained yourself and we will come back online and join you.
All right.
Okay.
I have other things with other instruments, but I didn't set them up. I didn't bring them. So yeah, anyway. All right.
Do you want to set them up while we wait?
Well, they're in the car, so it's quite
Yeah,
a
you can go for it.
mission.
We can come back on and have a little chat while you do that.
All right.
Give you a little bit of a break and stretch your legs.
Well, should I do that now and then come? Because I've got a singing bowl in the car, but I don't know if it would if it would even go on this phone. Like if it would, I'm not sure how it would sound for you guys.
But we
can try it.
Let's give
All
it
right,
a try.
I'll go get it.
So this afternoon, we will be graced with the presence of another 3 speakers. Who do we have on the lineup, Ruth? Oops, you're muted, honey.
Sorry about that. So we'll have Tracy Jewel, and then we're going to have Angel Melanie, and then Ashley Blanchard, as well as Hyde. So we've got 4 speakers.
And you.
And me.
And so while we're waiting for Velvet to come back and join us, let's introduce Renee Cooper officially as one of our new HerStory chairpersons. Renee, give people your background, exactly where you're based. I want you to share with everybody what inspired you to join the HerStory movement in the first place, what you have got out of being in our community up to this point, and what the vision for your future looks like. So when we watch this video 5 years from now, we can say, do you remember the day you stepped out into a leadership role?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be connected with greatness. So I just want to thank you all, especially Gertrude. It's been a pleasure. So my name is Y. Renee, and I do hail from the great city of Chicago, Illinois. I am a author, speaker, influencer, advocate. I have a 501c3 called For My Voice Matters, which is geared toward, it's a nonprofit agency that's geared towards domestic violence and suicide prevention. My story is I survived 15 years of domestic abuse. I've survived 4 suicide attempts, and I've also survived being gunned down. I was shot 4 times. It'll actually be 13 years this December 28th, 2021. For those who may, like Gertrude said, watch this 5 years from now, you'll know how long it's been. Wow. So what have I done? So how I got to her story circle was this. Just like most people, I seen an ad on Facebook, and I was tired of being in a place stuck. And I understood listening to one of my coaches and my very best friend, Kay Monique, here in Chicago, Illinois. She's an awesome book coach and brand strategist coach. And so speaking with her, and we were just having a conversation, and I wanted something different. I was tired of the regular 9 to 5. I was tired of doing different things. There were people who needed to hear my story. So I had already written my first book. I was going through a bit of a challenge emotionally, and just starting to look for some different things. So I started looking into joining these full platforms because of the pandemic and trying to get my story out there and having speaking engagements. So after I did my first one, which is with another company back in, I think, February of 2021, I came across the HerStory Circle ad on Facebook, and I immediately connected with Gertrude, and we had a conversation. I had not picked which package I wanted to speak with yet. However, we talked. She loved my story. We sat down and talked and just had good conversation. I was invited to speak. I had my date set. However, Gertrude said, "Hey, look, why don't you come on and see how the platform works? I'm just going to invite you to one of the dates before you actually speak." And I logged on and was very impressed by the setup, by the professionalism of how the virtual platform was made. And it just so happens that someone did not show up for that particular day. So Gertrude messaged me while I was sitting there watching in the back room, and she messaged me to my, "Hey, look, are you ready to speak today? Because I have someone who backed out." So of course, I have a good friend who always tells me, "Stay ready. You never have to get ready." So when she offered and extended the invitation, I felt compelled, but I almost felt like I was obligated, like this was my shot regardless. And she kept saying, "Well, don't worry, you're still going to speak on your day. However, I really need you today." And I spoke. I believe I touched the heart of some of the people that were there that day. And I logged on a couple more times for that, including my day. Now, what I will say is I'm very, very bad because I've been very, very busy. So when I say that Gertrude is very much so in staying connected and being that wind beneath your wings or that push that you need, I have not yet. And please, people watching, listening, who are signing up to be a part of this awesome platform, please do not do like me. Please do not do like Y Renee. I still have yet to write my anthology. So I have not had that part done yet, but Gertrude stays on me all the time. But what I will say from this year, I think me standing up and being encouraged to step out on faith, to join the HerStory Circle family, I will call it family, that it pushed me to another level. It made me, I had spoken in another country the year previous by happenstance. I made my own door basically, and it was a good door and it worked. So it made me an international speaker, but this was international, a whole nother level, because now my story has been seen everywhere that the HerStory Circle, family is, from Australia to New Zealand to England to Africa to America to China to Japan. Wherever this is being broadcast, people have heard my story, and I'm just excited to be connected. I'm excited to be a part of this wonderful movement. Since then, I believe that standing on this forum has given me more confidence to want to step out and want better for myself, to want to come off of my 9 to 5 and do what I need to do full time, tell my story and speak professionally. However, my story is connected to an organization. And with my story being connected to an organization, domestic violence is not just in the United States. It's not just 1 month out of the year. It is actually 365 days out of the year, 24/7, or I'll say 28. 25/8, like as I like to say. And it's a story that it's a disease that needs to be cured around the world. So with having platforms like this, it allows me to tell my story, to encourage women who have been through what I've been through or in what I've been through now, that there is a way out and that they can live their best life after surviving traumatic instances. So I am a trauma recovery coach. I've been life coach certified twice by 2 different companies. Looking for a 3rd certification somewhere probably soon with a different niche. However, the reason why I picked trauma recovery is because that's what I feel like I'm connected to, because what I had to do was overcome some traumatic events. And what I will say is this: the trauma itself never goes away. It's just like today is Friday. Days of the week always go the same. They just in rotation. So this Friday happened. You can't say that it didn't happen. It did. However, it's how you deal with the things that happened on this Friday in days going forward of how you feel about it. So when I think about trauma, about the incident happened, but it's the triggers that come from the trauma. What taste, a smell, a touch, an item, something, something you're looking at, something that comes back to your memory that causes you to freeze up, get in a place called stuck, not want to advance, kind of sabotage yourself and things of that nature. So what I do is I assist people in overcoming those triggers associated with the trauma so they can live their best life. I think Gertrude laughs at me all the time because she asked me, one of the first she asked me, and I love it so much, is when she interviewed me and I kept smiling. She was like, how am I through? And one of the epiphanies I've had this year is this. I have no reason not to smile. If I failed in taking my own life 4 times, for whatever reason, and then someone had the audacity to come up and try to take my life years after the fact, I'm here for a purpose. And there's really no reason for me to sit around and mope and not share my story. I don't look like what I've been through. And with that being said, with me not looking like what I've been through, then it must mean that it's time for me to share my story with the world to help others, man, woman, boy, child, girl, boy, child, whatever, that they too can live a life out of depression, out of mental stuckness. And I'm making up words as we go along. You just have to have what I call PCS, persistent, be consistent, and then be strategic. So with that being said, thank you, Gertrude, for this opportunity to share my story. I hope I said what I wanted to say. Well, I said I'm an author. It's on the screen. I have 2 books, but I've made international best-selling list 3 times with both of my books. My first book is now on audio. It's in my voice. I recorded it myself, and and that's it. I've spoken in live. I've spoken 3 times in Cancun. No, I'm sorry, 2 times in Cancun and 2 times in Jamaica, and virtually however many cities your platform has hit since I've joined the HerStory Circle family. So thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Absolutely wonderful and inspiring. A real example of the possibilities of what can happen when you use your voice and you honor your story and you don't let your past define who you are. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having me. I'm so honored.
We're going to end this session with the beautiful Velvet. She's going to serenade us with some more music. I can see our next speaker is already waiting in the background, lined up to join us. Angel, lovely to have you with us. So, Velvet, back to you.
Oh, so if the next speaker's here, I'll just do a couple more, and then is that right?
Yeah. We've got time.
All right.
Okay.
This song is actually one I wrote for my daughter Tauia, who's now 14 years old, and I wrote this song basically when she was conceived. So we didn't know if she was a girl or a boy, but Tauia means I've arrived, so it can be either anything or I sung this song throughout her entire time in the womb, and then anytime she would cry when she was this side, earth side, I would sing that song and she would literally just calm right down, and it was a peaceful, beautiful thing for her to have a song that she knew from her entire existence. All right. Tauia, Tauia divine, Tauia, Tauia divine, blessed be your time, Tauia, child of mine. You arrived through me, hallelujah. You arrived through me, hallelujah. Tauia, Tauia divine, I'll climb every inside. I'll sing at the top of my lungs for you. I'll spread my wings so wide. Tauya, Tauya divine. You arrive through me, hallelujah. You arrive through me, hallelujah. And Nyasha had one as well. And Nyasha is just turned 12, literally on the 18th. So just yesterday, the day before yesterday. But yes, her song is Nyasha, Nyasha, to be holding you, whoa, Nyasha, Nyasha, to be held in you, whoa, Nyasha, Nyasha, glorious to be in your arms, Nyasha, Nyasha, to be held in you, whoa, Nyasha, Nyasha, to be holding you, whoa. And actually, Nyasha means grace. So I also titled or gave Nyasha her name when I had conceived. And Nyasha could have been a boy or a girl as well, because grace is for either. So yeah, I loved singing those songs.
So let's just pause there a little bit and talk about African names and the meaning of the names we give children in Zimbabwe. So for those of you who don't know, a lot of times a child is named around the circumstances of her birth or his birth, or it could be a name that's passed down from an ancestor, a grandparent, a grandmother. I just have a new little grandson. I'm a grandmother for the first time. My grandson, yeah, he is 4 months old yesterday. And before he was born, I kept saying to my daughter, I've picked all these names, and I kept firing all these names to her, because normally your first child is named by your mother. And my daughter kept saying to me, Mom, we can't give him a name yet. I need to see him. I need to see what he looks like first. And so we had to wait. My daughter is very, very stubborn until he was born. Now, he was given the name Matida. And Matida in Shona means you have loved us, you have graced us. And when I held this little boy in my hand the first time, I had gone through some extreme sadness last year. When COVID happened, I lost my mother-in-law, I lost my mom, my same daughter had a miscarriage. It was a year of just one piece of sadness after another.
Sorry.
And when I held my grandson, I said to my daughter, if he ever has to write an essay at school as to what his life mission is, he chose to come at this time to heal his grandmother's heart. He is a pure bundle of love and light. And when I gaze into his eyes, he has this knowing. You know how you hold these children who come in with so much knowledge? And his love has infused every hole that was in my heart.
Amazing.
And I'm stuck in Australia. I was only supposed to be here for a few months, but the universe has orchestrated for me to stay longer because of COVID. I can't go back to New Zealand, so they're stuck with me. But so the meaning of your children's names is so significant.
Well, my name is Velvet Crystal Sky, and I was born on Stony Creek, by the side of the creek, and the sky was crystally velvet sky. So I was named after my birthplace and the evening I was born. So that's, yeah, very, very true. Names are so significant when they are about time and place and purpose. Yeah.
Fantastic. So Velvet, give us your last juicy.
Okay, well, I went to the bar to get this. It's a singing bowl. So
hey, it's all yours. Tell us about it first.
Well, it's basically just a quartz crystal singing bowl. But I have a set of 7 or 8 of these, and this particular one I just went and got from the car for you, so I'll play it. And I like to improvise to it. I like to actually use this in the group work that I do as well. Just engaging voice, and it's a beautiful thing to sing to. But I'll Gertrude, if it sounds terrible, can you please just interject, because I don't want to put people through.
Don't worry, I will interrupt you.
I'm not sure how it will sound on a phone.
Okay, go for it.
Is that all right?
It's perfect.
Okay, great. Love me. Say you do. Let me fly away with you. For your love is like the wind, and wild is the wind. Give me more than one caress. Satisfy this hungriness. For we're creatures of the wind, and the world is the wind. So wild is the wind. You kiss me, I hear the sound of mandolins. You kiss me, as my life begins, you spring to me all things to me. Don't you know your life itself, like a leaf clings to a tree? Oh, my darling, cling to me. For wild is the wind, so wild is the wind. Wild is the Thank you for having me. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Absolutely wonderful, Velvet. Thank you so much. We're going to add everybody onto the platform just to thank you for serenading us with the beautiful music to open up the Her Story Online Summit, November
Yes.
2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure. There's so much to
Absolutely
always.
fantastic. Wow. So, Ruth, where are we? Where are we in our program?
Wow, I'm excited. So we have on our program, I was supposed to speak. Supposed to speak.
You will speak. You'll be the last speaker.
Yeah. So I don't know whether we're going to take a break or we're going to the second session now. So we'll have Tracy Jewel's video, then we'll play Angel Melanie's video, and then Ashley's video, and Heidi Billings' video, and then we go into our Q&A.
Okay, can I ask that we shift things a little bit around?
Yeah, yeah.
Seeing that we
We are
have,
always flexible.
yes, we have these speakers here live. Let's start with the ladies who are here first, and then
Yeah.
we'll play the videos of those who haven't arrived yet afterwards. So
Okay,
we'll
sure.
start with Angel. Angel, thank you for sending through your video. We're going to play that, and then we will have a Q&A session with you, and then Ashley, you will be next. So thank you so much for coming and gracing us with your presence today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right,
so much.
Albert, thank you. Take care. Get in touch with me. I want to
You're
learn
welcome.
how to sing.
Sure. And I have to go now to take my children to dance, so I'm no longer in the show.
Okay, take care, sweetie. Bye.
Thank you.
So I'm going to share my screen. And the beautiful Angel is going to share her wisdom with us today.
Good afternoon and welcome. I stopped by this afternoon because I wanted to share my latest work with you. I authored a book titled, I Wanted to Commit Suicide Again, but I didn't. Thank God for that. I wouldn't be here to share this testimony in my journey. with you. This book chronicles my struggle with chronic depression and suicidal ideation. I'm also a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. So I just wanted to share this with you in hopes that if you find yourself struggling, you might learn something from me that will help you. You know, when I was a little girl, I thought I would get married, you know, as most little girls dream. We lived in a third floor apartment, perpendicular to the main road, where there was this huge church. And I would watch weddings from the window. And I would dream like, you know, one day when I get married, I'm gonna have a wedding like this. This is powerful. This is awesome. But as I began to grow up, I noticed that there were no healthy or integral marriages around me, especially in church. And my own parents, they divorced 6 months from my 18th birthday. And I was very traumatized by that, in addition to other things that I had grown up around. Based on these experiences and the information, I decided early on I would never say never, I would never get married. Since I had no real role model, I also decided, based on my childhood experiences, that I would never have children. I became an emancipated minor when I was 16 years old. I graduated high school, and then I attended cosmetology school, and I earned my diploma in cosmetology and eventually my license, and became a licensed cosmetologist. Over time, I returned to school to earn a BA, an MA, and in my older age, a PhD. Glory to God. Let's fast forward the tape. While I was in graduate school, I met a man that I truly believed had a heart after God. We became best friends, or so I thought. And I married him 2 years later on April the 7th, 1985, Easter Sunday, after an Easter Sunday morning sunrise service. In that moment, I believed I would be married forever. I also believed wholeheartedly in my vows. And I believed that I would not experience the trauma of a divorced woman, a Christian mom, or a single mom. 2 years later, I became pregnant on birth control. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Who gets pregnant on birth control? Well, I later learned a lot of people get pregnant on birth control. I was pregnant with twins, and I gave birth to fraternal girl-boy twins. The twins were born at 7 months. My daughter was born on her grandmother's front stairs. My son was born 9 hours later in the hospital. Nothing at all in my childbirthing classes prepared me for the birth that I had. I delivered both children naturally, and I had a total of 12 hours of labor. My son, he was the challenge of the two twins, and he required more as he began to grow and grow up. After the twins were born, my husband at the time really began to act ungodly. The late, great Maya Angelou says, when the real person shows up, believe it, don't make excuses for them. So I confronted him one day and I said, if we're going to have a really healthy marriage now that we have the twins, we need to go to counseling. And you know what he said to me? He said, let me think about that and I'll get back to you. Now, me being the person that I am, I usually push, prod, probe. He said, oh, well, I'll let him have the time that he needs because this was really, really serious. So I packed up my twins and I headed to New York, where I had been studying advanced acting and advanced directing at the Jean Franco Theater in Soho. And I just did my work. When I decided it was time for me to come home, which was after I hosted a gospel radio program that I did on Labor Day, I came home to my husband's sudden departure. To add insult to injury, he served me with divorce papers on the twins' birthdays. Who does that? I mean, like, really? Not only had he left, the children were 5. It was about 6 weeks before their 6th birthday. He served me my divorce papers on their birthday. Overnight, I became an educated, divorced, Christian stay-at-home mom that I later coined domestic engineer. And why did I do that? Because every time people would see me and they would say, what do you do? And I'd say, oh, I'm a stay-at-home mom. They'd be like, really? And walk away. When I said, I'm a domestic engineer, they wanted to conversate. Really? What's that? That sounds really, really interesting. If society had to pay a stay-at-home mother for everything that she became and did, society wouldn't be able to afford her. So here I was, living the life I never, never, ever wanted to live. And it made me so sad. Not only did it make me sad, it exasperated my depression. And I would get more and more and more depressed. Dear Abby said, in the end, it is not what we teach our children, but what we teach them to do for themselves. Her twin, Ann Landers, she said, if you want your children to turn out well, spend twice as much time with them and half as much money. So you see, my journey culminated in this struggle, being depressed, feeling suicidal because I was living the life that I never really thought that I would ever live, because I never wanted to get married and I never wanted to have children. So I put together this program that I provide. And in it, I use faith, F for forgiveness, because in order to heal and heal wholly and completely, one must forgive. A equals attitude and the altitude of it, because your attitude helps you to rise. And while the maladies may be common, I is individualism, because every situation is different. T, trust the process. Trust in God. When you have nothing else left, you have to trust that it's going to all work out for your good and to the glory of God. H equals healing. Heal from the inside out, wholly and completely. Hope. H equals help. Ask for help, accept help, receive help. There's never too much help that one can receive. O is opportunities. Look for new opportunities, opportunities to help yourself, opportunities to make the situation better. P is positivity. Transfer negativity to positivity so that you're more positive in your outlook. The way you look at the situation is different. And E is elevated empowerment, because you become empowered based on the journey that you've walked through and the testimony that you have. And it enables you to help others. So I sometimes do church retreats, or I'll do counseling sessions, or I'll do a talk wherever I'm needed. I tailor, as a facilitator, whatever needs to be said to that particular group, to that need. And that's how I counsel. I also do one-on-one counseling, and that's what I prefer the most. Because for a person to really heal from the inside out, they have to feel safe. They have to feel safe in their environment. So if you'd like to contact me, please feel free. My email is dpraise, DPRAYS @AOL.com, short for Divine Praise Ministries, of which I am the founder. It's a ministry of deliverance and healing. You may also find me on Facebook. My handle is Angel Mullane, and I can be reached in the United States of America. My number is 617-230-9788. Again, that's 617-230-9788. So reach out. I will reach back and touch you. Remember, words may lie, but actions always tell the truth. God bless you, and shalom. I can't hear you.
Okay, I was muted. I said, thank you so much, Angel. What a beautiful presentation. There is a stillness in you and a calmness that I feel when you are presenting. I'm just going to add everybody onto the call. If you're available, switch on your video. Thank you for
Thank you for having me. It's been a journey.
Selena, wonderful.
I don't look nothing like what I've been through. I concur with my sister Raina over there. Go through the fire and come out like gold.
Let's unpack your story.
Sure.
You managed to turn something that could have kept somebody in their past, enslaved in their past, and you really transmuted that. Now, a lot of women get stuck, especially when we go through divorce. We can't see the wood from the trees. If there is a woman who's listening to us right now, who's just listened to your story, and you could give her just 3 nuggets of wisdom, what would they be?
First, hold on to God's unchanging hand and never let go. Learn to love yourself and forgive yourself on a totally different level. And don't be afraid to reach out. And I too was stuck for a very, very, very long time, much longer than I should have been. I would lastly say ask for help.
Fantastic. Let's go around the room and give feedback, comments, questions, ladies. Starting with you, Ruth.
Angel Milane, always a pleasure to listen to you. And like Gertrude said, there is a deep stillness, when you've been through something and you come out of it and you've got this knowledge, this deep knowledge and wisdom, you just walk in that knowledge and in that wisdom. And that is what I've witnessed and what I've heard from your story. What I wanted to ask is, when the transformation that happened when you went through the divorce, how did you then manage your relationships with your children, as well as their relationships with their father? Because that's a lot of times when such things happen, when divorce happens, the children are torn, and there's a lot of trauma for them and a lot of pain. How did you manage that?
Well, being totally, totally transparent and totally, totally honest, I have a confession to make. I had to divorce myself from my children. And that was the most painful part because they had me for 23 years of their lives through primary school, through secondary school, and through college. Now, the reason why I chose to divorce my children was because they were not living in the fear and admonition of the Lord in which they had been raised. And it was causing me very, very deep trauma. I'm also a chaplain. To their father's chagrins, for lack of a better word, I'll just say this. When I married him, he did not disclose to me that he had some issues with an alternative lifestyle. When the information came to me, I was devastated. I nearly lost my mind. That's the first piece. The second piece is that it happened in church. So here's my children growing up, looking at their dad in a position of leadership in the church, looking at their mom in a position of leadership in the church, living two totally different lifestyles. So, for the sake of my children, I determined that I would be the best mom that I could be. I am, and I was. And when they became grown, and I felt like there was too much conflict because they couldn't be loyal to me and loyal to their dad, I had to give them back to God and let them go. And that was the break of my demise and that's how the book came to be. When I had a conversation with my daughter and I said, look, she's like, well, mommy, if you can't get with it, I understand, God and I are okay with my life and my lifestyle. And if you can't handle it, no hard feelings. It's okay. But it wasn't okay because my heart was breaking. My children weren't raised like that. So when she made it clear to me that this was her decision and this was the road that she was going to travel, I had to let her go. And so I did. So my children and my ex-husband are family. I am now me and God. I don't have any real communications with either of my children. And I think it's healthier for me. I really had to think of myself. And to some people that may be selfish, but because I gave them sacrificially 23 years of my life, my career, everything, they got all of me and then some. I had to save myself. And there was no real support in that because he's still very active in the church. in a position of leadership. I was the problem. So I had to remove myself from the equation.
Wow. The things that women go through and the sacrifices we have to make. Thank you for sharing that. We'll jump to you, Selena. Please introduce yourself. Tell everybody where you are. It's exciting that you're with us today.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Selena Cheshire from the UK. And oh, what a powerful story. My goodness. A mother. Oh dear. I know, I feel the same way. I feel you.
Thank you.
Understand. I had to leave mine, but it took courage. I was young, but I had to say, like what you chose to say. It's either my health or I'm done. So I ended up doing the same, but it was only after 7 years of marriage. And it's just so powerful when you have been in that relationship, especially with kids, for 20 odd years. And I know girls can be tough. They can be angels, they can be tough. And recently I was in the similar situation with my daughter. And I almost thought I'm going out of this place. I'm going back to Africa. I can't stand the situation. But only God. Well, I just thought, no, God, I've got a son, I've got grandchildren. But still, it made me realize that I can't be, inside your life. I have to be watching from the outside. And I had to be strong and focus on what is present, focus on the now. If she decides to mess it up, well, she even said, if I want to mess my life up, yes, I will say I have messed it up myself. And I thought, okay, God, this is the deal. I'm done. But it gave me, like time to breathe. It gave me freedom. Just like, okay, when I left their dad, I felt the freedom. I didn't have any qualifications. I didn't, because he didn't want me to work. I was free. But I salute you, sis. Well done.
Humble thing.
Selena. Wonderful. We'll jump to you, Renee, and Comfort. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the tribe. You'll introduce yourself in a minute.
For sure.
Wonderful to see you here. And Ashley, I see you're there as well. Renee, any feedback for the beautiful angel?
Of course, I like to run my mouth sometimes, but I'm gonna keep it short. So Angel, first of all, congratulations
Thank you so
on
much.
just being a survivor of much, not just one incident, but many incidents. I salute you in being strong enough to now come to the point where you're telling your story, because so many people will be altered by telling your story. So thank you. I'm big on affirmations and acronyms, so I appreciate at the end of your talk that you gave us something to walk away with. When you gave the added bonus after the speech of mentioning how you are in ministry, which tugs at my heartstrings, that you are in ministry and that you were hit with a devastating blow when it comes to that of being in covenant with someone. I just did a series on divorce on my IG thing because I too am a divorcee. I've been divorced now for it'll be 12 years in February. However, one of the things I talk about is, when do we stop using the negative connotation of divorce and when do we start saying that we're single over again? So you compelled me when you said that part, and it gives me more things to talk about when I start building branches pertaining to divorce, because that's not a subject that's just going to go away. People were so engaged with what I was talking about. I know that I'm going to do it again in the future. So you gave me something to walk away with to actually add to the platform when I decide to bring it up again. So thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to add here that the one thing I struggle with coming out of the church and being in church is that what I get, and I've been counseled and I have released myself because I believe God has released me. And that is that, if you get married again after having been married, you're committing adultery as long as your husband is still alive. I feel that under the circumstances in which I married, that God has released me because God knew what I didn't know, and me wanting to honor my vows. The world has made marriage a contract, but marriage is a covenant. And so me wanting to honor my vows made it even harder for me to separate myself. But I struggle because that's the feedback that I get. If you get married again, you sin, and if you get married again, you commit adultery. But to God be the glory. I got my mind, I got my freedom, and I have my health. So that's something I would ask you to also look into when you prepare your talk, because that's pretty much what is being said to me.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much. Comfort, introduce yourself. Wonderful to see you joining us today. Tell everybody where you're based, how we met, and if you have any feedback for the beautiful Angel, we'd appreciate that as well.
Absolutely. Well, it's good evening from where I am. Good. It's very good to be here. Thank you for having me. And thanks for patience. I've been kind of in and out of meetings all day, but I really wanted to stop by for the invitation. My name is Comfort Dondo, and I was born in Zimbabwe, raised, moved to the US at age 17 to college. I am currently based and have created a life for myself away from home in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So that's where I'm at. And how we met. How I met Sis Gertrude. For me, I'm calling it a miracle. We were both in an invitation. We were invited to the same space by Dr. Terai Trent for a project she is putting together for women. It is an anthropology for women to share their stories. And I was just very drawn to Sis Gertrude. Actually, she reached out to me, and I was just drawn to her energy. And ever since we started talking, I know abundant women when I meet them. They can share space with you, and they are more interested in pouring into you. And so I just identified that right away. And I mean, it's been less than a week since we met, but I just feel
Yes.
this connection. Like I feel like I've known her for eternity. And as I told her this morning, you are who I've been waiting for. So I'm very, very blessed. And I know that the women in this space is the same energy as well. And so for my sister Angel, I love your name, by the way. Always tell me they love comfort. Thank you. Thank you. I came in on the middle of your sharing your story, but I think I got a little bit of a glimpse of what you've been through. I pay homage to that pain, and I'm just very thankful that God seems to have turned that pain to a purpose. That's why we're here in the same platform. Um, I want to say, I guess for me the feedback is I see you, and I relate on so many levels around the shame and the stigma around being a divorcee. And I'm just very thankful to be in this space with you to learn. Um, the I guess for me it's the superpower of understanding that God is more loving than people, and that God allows us to be, and that He wants us to be happy. So I'm glad that you made that decision, which is something that I also had to make, and I can't even imagine in the church what you must have gone through, just the rejection. But like I said, I commend you and I pay homage to you, and consider you a fighter, because I know so many women who stay in pain because they're scared of the lashback. I guess that's all I'll say at this moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
I
Thank
just want to
you.
say that I honestly, uh, I've not felt guilt. I've not felt shame. What I felt was humiliated
Mm.
because I felt like the one person that was supposed to love me took the most important thing that to me, and that was my relationship with God, and made a mockery of it to my face in a public way. So more than shame, I did nothing to be ashamed of. I did nothing to be guilty of. And I want to share that with you because a lot of times that will keep us in bondage as well. But I did feel very, very, very humiliated because it's like the whole thing knew and I was the last one to know. Go figure.
Yeah.
Wow. Angel, thank you so much. Thank you for gracing us with your
Miss
presence and
Gertrude.
sharing your story. We wish you luck in everything. We know that you are on path with God and all will be revealed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Rena, I'd like to connect with everybody, but I would really like to connect with you. So please hit me up. And Miss Gertrude from the bottom of my heart. And Miss Ruth, thank you so much. I couldn't have done it without you.
Fantastic. So we're going to move on to our next speaker. The beautiful Ashley has been waiting in the background. I suspect she's having problems with her connection. She keeps dropping in and out, but we have her video. We'll play her video and hopefully she'll come back on for the Q&A session at the end of this share. Thank you, everyone. We'll move on to our next speaker.
Hello, 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 everyone. Grace and peace and blessings be unto you. And I hope you guys are having a blessed day on today. I want to thank you again to Sister Gertrude and Sister Ruth for allowing me to be a speaker again for the HerStory Summit. Again, I want to thank you to Sister Gertrude and Sister Ruth for allowing me, all right, to be a guest speaker, all right, a speaker once again for the HerStory Summit. The last month, all right, in October, I talked about the topic how the chains are going to be breaking, and I talked about how, all right, how the chains are about to be broken, and how many chains, and the chains that has been holding you bondage, and the chains that has been holding you trapped, and the chains that has been holding you captive is going to be broken in the name of Jesus. And I also talk about how I love that song by the amazing Tasha Cobbs Leonard. All right, how there's power in the name of Jesus to break every chain. And how many of y'all believed and received that on tonight, that there's power in the name of Jesus to break every chain. I would also talk about how, God has called us and God has chosen us, all right, to walk into the greater calling that He has placed over our lives. And also talked about how we got to keep on putting our business out there and keep on putting our ministries and our dreams and our goals, all right, that we have out there. And also we got to speak positive things over our lives. And every morning when we wake up and when we look ourselves in the mirror, we got to keep on speaking positive things over our life and make sure that we don't let any obstacles or struggles or trials or tribulations stop us from being the anointed woman of God that God has called us to be, or stop us from making our business and our dreams and our ministries and our goals successful and our career successful. And also do not let that stop us for being anointed men, for being, the anointed woman of God, that God has called us to be. All right, so hello everyone. My name is Ashley Blanchard. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York in the USA, and I'm residing here now in Westchester County in the USA. I am a singer in Westchester County and Elmsford, New York in the USA. I am a singer, songwriter, solo music artist, motivational speaker, activist, and advocate for mental health awareness. I am also the founder of the hashtag Love Yourself campaign for mental health awareness. I am also I am also an author of 5 books. I am also a talk show host and a radio show host, and I do have my own business. And now I am hosting my first national tour called the I Am Determined Tour. So this time I want to update the topic once again, and I want to encourage you that your help is on the way. I want to encourage you that your help is on the way. If you're watching this, please put that in the comments right now, that your help is on the way. So when we look at Psalms 121, it talks about how our help comes from God. It means that we serve a God that will supply all of our needs. So if you read, Philippians chapter 4, verse 19, it says that we serve a God that can what? Supply all of our needs through Christ Jesus. So I just want to encourage you that your help is on the way. I want to encourage you that God will provide for you. All right, I know you've been through so many struggles, you've been through so many obstacles, you've been through so many trials and tribulations, and you've been praying, you've been fasting so much, and you have not been seeing no results. But don't you know that we serve a God that is an on-time God? He may not come when we want him, but he'll be here on time. We serve a God that is an on-time God, because if you read in Psalms 27 verse 14, it says, wait on the Lord, be strong and take heart, and wait on him. You got to keep on waiting on him. You got to keep on praying. You got to keep on having faith. You got to keep on being patient. We serve a God that is an on-time God. He may not come when we want him, all right, but he'll always come on time. He's going to provide for you. He's your helper. He's your keeper. All right, he's going to supply all of our needs. He's going to supply all of our needs. God's got you. God has you on the palm of his hands. Don't you worry. Don't you be afraid. Don't you get scared. All right, God is going to work things out for you. God is fixing that situation. God is fixing that problem. He's fixing that trials and tribulations. He's fixing that obstacles and struggles that you might be going through. So you just got to trust him. You got to keep on having faith. You got to keep on praying. You got to keep on encouraging yourself that you will be healed from this, that you will be delivered from this, and you will be overcome. You will overcome this, all right, because we serve a God that is a way maker. He's a miracle worker. He's a promise keeper. He's our light in the midst of our darkness. Don't you know he's your refuge in a time of trouble? Don't you know that he's your shelter in the time of a storm? He didn't give you the spirit of fear, but in power and love and sound mind. God will take care of you, just like that song says. God will take care of you beneath his wings of a love abide. God will take care of you. New mercies and new beginnings is about to happen for you. You won't stay stuck in that negative pit. You won't stay stuck in that negative pit. You won't stay stuck in possibility. You'll be walking into your purpose. You'll be walking into the greater calling that God has placed over your life. So you just gotta trust him every day that he will work it out. So I just want to say, I'm going to say that again. When we look at Psalms 121, it says that our help comes from God. It means that we serve a God that will supply all of our needs. God has you in the palm of his hands. God is going to help you get through any situation, any obstacles that you're going through right now and that you're dealing with right now. God is going to help you make it through every trials and tribulations, all right, that you might be facing. So it brings me to point number one. Point number one, and I want you to write this down. God is going to help you overcome. God is going to help you overcome. Point number one, God is going to help you overcome. No matter what you're going through right now, you will get through this and you will overcome this. No matter what, whether it's a battle or addiction or sickness or learning disability or obstacle or trouble, struggles, trials, and tribulations that you're going through right now, you will overcome this. You're going to come out of this more healed and more delivered and more better and more stronger than ever. Just hold on. All right, just be strong and don't you give up. Get ready because your help is on the way. Point number two, always know that we serve a God that is a keeper. All right, when we look at verse 5, all right, of Psalms 121, it says that the Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is your shade upon thy right hand. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. This means that God is going to keep you from all danger and all harm. He's going to protect you from every negative roadblocks that the devil is trying to put in your way and that he's trying to put in your life. He's going to protect you and keep you from all negative distractions, that the devil's trying to put in your life. All right, because I know the devil's going to try to do everything that he can. The devil's going to try to do everything that he can to mess up every great thing that God is doing in your life, to mess up every great thing or every greater calling that he's trying to put in your life. But I want somebody to look the devil in his face right now And I want you to tell that devil and say, devil, I don't know what you're trying to do, but your evil plans are not working, because I serve a God that sees the best in me. I serve a God that sees the great in me. I serve a God
That's
that's going to
inspired
heal
what
me,
we're going to talk
that
about
he's going to
today.
deliver me. I serve a God that's going to bring me up, because I serve a God that
I
can
want
work
you
it
to
out. Just
share
like that song by the amazing Fred
how we
Hammond,
met.
late in the midnight hour, God is going to turn it around.
So write down
And he's
these
working things
things.
out in your favor. Don't you know that he's
How we
working things
met,
out for your
where we
good?
met,
Don't you know he's working things out in your favor right now? You
what
just got to trust him,
inspired you
because God is
to
going to do it. He's doing it for you. You're walking into a
hang
season of
around
greatness.
that
You're
stage
walking
in
into a
Gertrude
season of winning.
and
You
think
will
you
win. You
will
got to
win.
keep on being determined to win. You got to keep on winning. You got to keep on focusing on winning. You got to keep on focusing on making your dreams and your business and your career and your ministry, all right, that you have successful. Everything that the bullies and naysayers has told you, everything that the devil has told you, it's nothing but a lie. You got to encourage yourself that you believe and you receive everything that God says about you. If you're more than a conqueror, you're more than a conqueror. You got to encourage yourself that you're more than a conqueror. You are the head and not the tail. That you are above and not beneath. That you are victorious. You are the child of the Most High God. You're fearfully and wonderfully made. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. Glory to God. I felt that. I felt that in my spirit. Hallelujah. Because I know you've been going through so many roadblocks. You've been going through so many dark valleys. All right. I know you've been going through a whole lot. All right. And you questioning, why is this happening for you? But always know that what negative thing that you went through was nothing but a setback, because God has a greater comeback for you. I want you to receive this on tonight. All right. That God has a greater comeback for you. And it's going to be greater and bigger and better than ever. Just gotta trust him, because he's gonna do it. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. Always know that God is your refuge in the time of trouble. He's your shelter in the time of a storm. Always know in the time of trouble, will provide for you. God will make a way for you, because we serve a God that can heal, deliver, restore, and also make a way out of no way. Hallelujah. And that brings me to point number 3. Always know that your help comes from God. Wherever you need, all right, God's got you. God will provide for you, because he's a provider. All right, he's a way maker. Like I mentioned earlier, he's a way maker. He's a miracle worker. He's a promise keeper. All right, he's your light in the midst of a darkness. All right, he will never leave you, or he will never forsake you. If you need to be healed, if you need a miracle, all right, if you need a blessing, if you need deliverance, all right, if you need a financial breakthrough, all right, God's got you, and he will provide for you. All right, hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. All right, because he will make a way for you. All right, because it says in verse 1 of Psalms 121, it says, when we lift up our eyes until the hills which cover our help comes from Lord. Our help comes from the Lord. All right, I'm going to read that scripture. I'm going to read that verse again, because when we read Psalms 121, verse 1, it says, when we lift up our eyes to the hills, when we look our eyes up to the hills, for which cover our help comes from the Lord. It reminds me of a song, all right, that Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you want. Call him up and tell him what you want. Because there's not a friend like the lonely Jesus. No, not one. No, not one. Because he knows all about our obstacles. He knows all about our struggles. He will guide us. He will keep us. God hears, and he's answering your prayers right now. It reminds me of another song, and I mentioned this song earlier. God will take care of you. All right, beneath his wings of a lullaby, God will take care of you. I also want to encourage you that God will take care of you. God is going to provide for you. All right. He will deliver you. He will heal you. He will restore you. You won't be stuck in that situation. You won't be stuck in that issue. You won't be stuck in that problem. You won't be stuck in that problem. You won't be stuck, all right, in that financial, all right, that financial situation. You won't be stuck in that sickness. You won't be stuck, all right, in that obstacle, that bad relationship, that bad marriage, that financial and job problem. You won't be stuck, because in Psalms 23 verse 4 it says, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because the Lord is with you. God did not give you the spirit of fear, but power and love and sound mind. You got to understand, all right, that you might be going through a midst of the darkness right now, but God is going to bring you out of that darkness. Just like Hezekiah, I mentioned this about Hezekiah. If you read 2 Kings chapter 20, you get the full understanding of the story. All right, Hezekiah was sick. All right, he was sick, but he also received a bad report from the prophet Isaiah. That did not stop Hezekiah from turning his face to the wall and praying to God, because he knew that God was going to make a way for him. He knew that God was going to heal him. He's going to strengthen him. He's going to restore him. Even though the wall might be discouraging, but turn your face to the wall and pray to God. It might look sad, it might be horrible at this moment. All right, but turn your face to the wall and pray to God. Don't let any negative comments, don't let any issues or struggles or trials or tribulations stop you from being the anointed woman of God that God has called you to be, to making your dreams successful, or to make your business and your career and your ministry successful. God is going to break those chains that has been holding you bondage, that has been holding you trapped, that's been holding you captured. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every negative tongue you will refute it. You just gotta trust him that God is gonna do it. You gotta trust him, and all right, that God is gonna make a way for you. You gotta trust him that God is going to, all right, heal you. You gotta believe and you receive it. You gotta decree and declare this over your life. You gotta keep on speaking positive things over your life. He's gonna do it. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Glory to God. So I want to encourage you that God will take care of you. He will. He will. You're going to make it through that situation. You're going to make it through. You will overcome, all right, from that situation, that problem, that obstacle, and that struggle. All right, just like he did it for me. He did it for me while I was going through this 21-year battle, almost 22-year battle of mental health illness and this learning disability of a speech problem. God help me, all right, overcome that. He break those chains of that. I know the Lord can do the same thing for you. You just got to keep on trusting him. You got to keep on having faith. You got to keep on believe that he will do it. Glory to God. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Glory to God. You will make it through and you will overcome from that situation, that problem, that obstacle, all right, that struggle, that trials and tribulation that you've been going through. God is going to help you get through that storm that you have been dealing with. So just trust God because he's doing it for you. Don't you get discouraged because your help is on the way. And keep on being determined to win. So once again, I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for tuning into this presentation. I hope this presentation will encourage you to keep on having faith and just keep on speaking positive things over your life. Keep on making your dreams and your business and your career and your ministry successful. Because I'm telling you, God is doing great things in your life. A miracle blessing overflow is about to hit your life. It's about to happen for you. God is doing greater shift. God is elevating you. He's increasing you. He's shifting you. All right. He's shifting you. All right. Open doors, open opportunities about to happen for you. All right. Miracle blessing overflows. Miracle signs and wonders is happening for you. He's doing it. He's doing it for you. He's doing it for your family and your children and your loved ones too. So you just gotta trust him every day and always know that your help already is on the way. Also, I want to thank you again to Sister Gertrude and Sister Ruth for inviting me, allowing me and blessing me once again to be a speaker again for the Her Story Circle Summit. All right, you can. All right, so take care, stay blessed. Love you guys.
Wow, 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 wow. Ashley is absolutely amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for blessing us today, this morning, this evening, wherever you are in the world. I feel like you were talking directly to me, directly to my heart. Ruth will attest to this. We have had a lot of challenges, a lot of negative stuff
Yeah.
hitting us, in this very moment. And that was a presentation for us as a movement
Yeah.
not to give up, to see the devil at work attacking us every single day, but knowing
Yeah.
that everything is perfect. And although sometimes it feels like it's falling apart, it's actually falling into place. So thank you, Ashley. I almost feel like crying again. So, ladies, let's give Ashley some feedback.
Well, I want to say thank
Wow.
everything that you decreed and declared is victory for each and every one of us that's on this particular call. So I receive that and I send it right back to you.
Thank you, Angel. Ruth.
Yes, that prophetic voice, when you were just in the spirit, I caught it. I really, really caught it. And I think when everybody's given their comments, will you just share? You contributed to our last anthology, and please share the chapter that you shared in that. But yeah, still a powerful story, and it's amazing just watching you how you are growing and what God is doing in your life, in your marriage, in your ministry. Just been amazing following you on Facebook. And really thank you for that decree and that declaration. I receive it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Comfort. We'll just go around the room as we are placed.
Mr. Ashley, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At some point, I said, Lord, you talking to me? Because every declaration that you were making, I needed to hear that. And I think my main takeaway for what you shared was God being an on-time God. I see that evident in all of our lives. I see that evident in my life. There's a time where I felt like, God, why not now? But now, connecting the dots, going backwards, I see that He had plans that were very, very time specific. And so, thank you for reminding me of that. And I want to say also, thanks for pouring into us. And I receive it and wish the same for you. May everything for you this season be on time. Thank you. Yeah.
Wonderful. Selena.
No, thank you, Ashley. That was powerful. It really, really spoke to my heart, and with so much energy. I mean, I don't think you left any room for the devil to creep in, which is powerful. Because when you are anointed and you are powerful, I think you scared him off. So thank you for blessing us. And I received all what you said. And it just confirms I was talking to your brother yesterday, and it's like, well, open up your heart, and give time to be with your father. And don't let that, the busyness of the day, distract you, and just have that communion with the Father. And I thought, yeah, sometimes, it's like not putting up the visions, not talking to God about what we wanted for the day. Sometimes we end up having nothing. So it's just powerful. Thank you so much, my sis, and may you continually be blessed. Love you. Thank you, Gertrude.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
guys.
Miss Renee.
Hi. Look, I'm always glad when to be on a platform with women faith. And it's a statement to say that you stand strong in what you believe and decreeing that of what God is telling you to decree. So on this type of platform, it's amazing because there aren't many platforms that are out there like this, especially being as unique as the one that Gertrude has created along with Ruth. So just being open and yielding to that and not I guess the word I'm looking for is shadowing yourself or like kind of downplaying, not being afraid to step out and feel and say what you really feel as opposed to just coming out of a rehearsed platform. So I can appreciate that. So thank you for your transparency and your obedience.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you.
Wow. What a day. We're going to move on to our next speaker. Now, Ruth, I don't know, has Heidi been in touch with you? Did she get
No,
our messages and the link? I see she has
she didn't
not.
respond. She
Okay.
hasn't
So
responded.
we're going to play her video, and while it's playing, I'll try and dig up her phone number and give her a quick call. If you can put it in the chat for me, Ruth. So this is the beautiful Heidi again coming to us from the United States.
How do we move past our fears? My name's Heidi Billings, and that's a question that I hope to answer over these next 15 minutes. So there I was, 3 days after my 50th birthday, my fabulous 50. But I wasn't feeling too fabulous. I was thinking, OMG. I have been on this earth for 50 years. What have I been doing? Now, don't get me wrong. It wasn't as if I hadn't accomplished some things, because I had gone to school and earned my bachelor's, gone into corporate America, into the mortgage industry, worked there for several years, and then left to become a full-time graduate student, graduated from grad school, earning my MBA, and went back to corporate America. So by my 50th birthday, I had been a mortgage professional for well over 20 years. I had worked with hundreds of home buyers, helping them realize the American dream of home ownership, owning their own home. All while my dream was laying dormant. The dream that God had placed in my heart to use my gifts, my talents, and my abilities to empower women was laying dormant. Why? Because of fear. I had allowed fear to paralyze me and stop me from taking action towards my dream. But at this time in my life, I knew I was at a crossroad and something had to change. It was as if every fiber in my body was screaming, Heidi, you've got to take action now. And so what did I do? I Googled the word woman empowerment. And out of all of the hits that came up, there was one that stuck out to me. It was from the United Nations. They were getting ready to embark on their 16-day campaign to bring awareness to gender violence. And they were looking for women all over the world to use their Twitter account to bring awareness to this cause. And I was like, OMG, I can do this. I have a Twitter account. I can do this. I was ecstatic. I was so excited. I sent my name and my information, and I waited for a response. It was about 2 or 3 days later, I received an email. I mean, I was floating on cloud 9. I mean, I was so light. I was feeling good. I was excited because I was going to finally take a step and move towards my dream of getting in the woman empowerment space. Even though this seems like a small step, at least I was acting, I was taking action. And so I was excited. Got the application, got the email. There was an application attached. I opened it up. Okay, name Heidi Billings. Email denisebill22@gmail.com. And then things started to go left with that third question. What nonprofit are you affiliated with? Question mark. I was not affiliated with any nonprofit. So all of a sudden, all of that glee and excitement started to dissipate. I started to get that feeling in your stomach like somebody just punched you. You know, that feeling you get in the pit of your stomach, like you're gonna be sick. I started to get that feeling as I read the next question. And it asked about your position in the organization, the nonprofit. And of course, my answer was NA for non-applicable. Now, there were several other questions that pertain to a nonprofit, but there were also several questions that did not. And I did complete the application. But by the time I completed it, the fear that I thought left me 2 or 3 days ago had come back. And I wasn't feeling as excited. I was actually feeling afraid again. Although I completed the application, I didn't send it in. I looked at the deadline. I had 2 days to send it in. So I held on to it. I held on to it because I was afraid. I was afraid they were not going to select me because I was not a part of a nonprofit. I started thinking to myself, this is not such a good idea. I don't think I can do this. So I held on. Then 2 days were up. It was Friday, and the application had to be back by 5 o'clock. I went to work that day. I was nervous. I was anxious. I could hardly focus because I was thinking about this application. I had put the application on my desktop in the office, just minimized it so I could look at it. Every now and again, I would pull it up and I would look at it. And I would look at the send button on the keypad. But I just could not send it. Fear would not let me hit that send button. So I would minimize it again. I told myself, okay, Heidi, you're going to send this application after the break. I'd worked as best I could. A couple of hours, I went on break, I came back. I pulled up the application. I looked at the send button, but I just could not do it. I said, okay, Heidi, you're going to send this application after you come back from lunch. Worked as best I could, trying to stay focused and get my work done. A few hours passed by. It was lunchtime. I went to lunch. I came back. Said, okay, now I'm going to send this application. I pulled it up. I looked at it. I looked at the send button on the keyboard. But I just could not hit it. I just couldn't do it. Fear had gripped me so tight, I could not hit the send button on the keyboard. I minimized the file again. I tried to do some work as I kept looking at the clock and I kept looking at the application. I must have pulled that application up at least 100 times. And time was slipping away. Finally, it was Friday and it was 4:45. I had 15 minutes before the deadline. My heart was beating so fast I thought it was going to jump out of my chest. I pulled the application up. I looked at it. I looked at the send button. The negative chatter started. Heidi, they're not going to accept your application. This is not a good idea. You can't do this. You're not in a nonprofit. I took a deep breath and I began to talk to myself. I said, Heidi, you can do this. You have to do this. If they don't accept the application, big deal. It's okay. Send it. I took a deep breath and I quickly hit send. I did it. I sent it. And I'll tell you, what seemed like such a small, insignificant step was the very step that I needed to take to help me begin my journey to live on purpose. Now, was I afraid when I hit that send button? Absolutely. So how did I move past my fears? The way I see it, I moved past my fears the same way I moved towards my fears, with my words. It was that little positive pep talk letting me know that it was going to be okay either way, that gave me the boost and the push I needed to move past my fears and take action. So I leave you here today with probably just a reminder. If you need to move past your fears, remember your words are powerful. Just like we can use them to move towards our fears, we can use our words to move past our fears. I am Heidi Billings. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. That was the amazing Heidi. Now, I'm not sure if she is backstage. No, she's not. So I'm not sure what's happened to Heidi. She was supposed to join us for the Q&A session, but we might just get her to come back again maybe tomorrow. In the meantime, Ruth, can you chair this session? Let's go around the room. Let's give Heidi some feedback. What I'm personally seeing is a theme that is running through the day. Something very spiritual is happening here this morning. So Heidi, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence with this amazing story. I'll hand over to you, Ruth.
Thank you, Gertrude. I think it's such a wonderful start to this summit, just having all these spiritual women sharing with us and telling their stories. And she again confirms what the other speakers have spoken about before, that walk with God, trust God, when the Holy Spirit speaks, do as he does, and he's always on time. He's actually said he's never too late. And amazing story Heidi has to tell. We wish she was here, and then we would have been able to ask her questions. But like Gertrude said, we may have to bring her back on again on another day. Okay, so we'll go around. We'll start with you, Angel Milane. feedback on Heidi's presentation, please.
She's on point because faith and fear cannot live in the same house. So when she pushed that send button, she went from fear to faith.
To faith, yeah. Renee, why
I'm
Renee?
I'm, I'm always I always admire people who have tenacity. And that's the way I see her, as being someone strong, even though she questioned herself, even though she was fearful and what could have happened or could not have happened. The fact being that she stood flat footed and decided to make the decision and go with it. Those are the things that bless me. I'm always, I tell people all the time, my favorite animal. If I had to say dogs over the years, it used to be like little toy dogs, or it used to be Great Danes or Cane Cursos. However, within the last couple years, I've really done studying on pit bulls, and even though people are afraid of them, saying that they're very mean, they're really aren't, because just like with any dog, you have to train a dog to be a certain way. Pit bulls can be just as gentle as any other dog. The only difference is when they do latch onto something, whether it be in play, whether it be for the kill, they hold on, and they hold on tight, and they lock that jaw until they get the ending that they want, whether it's something, whether it's a toy, whether it's a human being, whatever it is, they lock on tight. So when I see women of resilience like that, and people being tenacious about what they want and going after it, those are the things that bless me.
Yeah, and her story reminds me, how many times have we hesitated when we're supposed to be doing something because of fear, and then realize that it was really meant for us, and we missed that opportunity. So glad that she got over the fear and acted in faith. Comfort, any feedback for Heidi?
If you allow me, so I'm a storyteller.
Yeah.
And the Holy Spirit is moving me to share this story. Yesterday I interviewed a woman in Zimbabwe who survived a vicious lion attack. She had her baby on her back in a district called Chipinge, Chisumbanje specifically. And as she described the ordeal of how she survived the lion attack, there's two things that she said that have been said by my sisters here. I asked her, what do you think made you survive? And the first thing she said, when I fell, I wanted to protect my baby. So I went on my knees to pray. Literally, if she had not been on her knees to pray, the king of the jungle would have removed her intestines, right? Immediately, because we know how lions are. The second thing she said was, I kept looking at the lion in his eyes. And she said its eyes were like fire. And she said it was getting irritated by me looking at it in the eyes. And what I know, since I went on a few lion walks in my lifetime, is lions or cats, if you look at them in the eye, they don't like that. They see something in our eyes that we also see in their eyes. Maybe it's the humanity that they see. I don't know. But those two things were like what Miss Angel said. Fear and faith don't stay in the same place. And so I think my feedback for my sister is she's right on. Just alluding to this lion story that is very recent. She survived. She walked away alive with a few wounds, but the prayer and facing the fear, I don't know about you. I would not be able.
No.
I would have climbed a tree or something. I don't know. But this woman, this brave woman, faced the lion in its eyes. And no matter what it did, threw death at her face, she kept facing it in the eye. And as our sister was sharing, that's all that kept coming to my mind. And I'm so thankful. Thank you, Heidi, for reminding me, to face the fear head on, to face your greatest fear. I know that if this young woman, Tendai is her name, if she didn't keep looking at the lion straight in his eyes, it would have attacked her and destroyed her. So what a reminder. I mean, what a extreme example, but that's what I was thinking about. And so thank you, Heidi. Thank you for reminding us to face the fear, no matter what. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sometimes we have to face the fear and deal with it to move on. So true. Selena, your thoughts on Heidi's presentation?
Yeah, I mean, just I think it's just the same line of, the truth they knew about, being fearless in the face of any adversity. She knew what she wanted, she knew what was right, and the devil almost stole that from her. Because, they say fear is false evidence appearing real. Then she could tell that she could see the negativity as real, that, oh no, this is not going to work. But, I just thank God that last minute, that last step, it's just like, okay, she had to get in the water in order to get in the boat. She wanted to get in the boat, but there was no way she could do it without getting, your feet wet. So I think God is just talking to us not to be afraid of anything. Mm.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
why, Rena?
Oh, I spoke before.
Oh, you did?
Yes, you did. You got me.
Okay.
You got me right after Angel.
All right.
But
Awesome.
I
Awesome.
repeated it. Now look, I repeat it if you want me to, because you know how I get down. I'm just saying.
Like Comfort says that she's a storyteller, and I'm thinking we are all storytellers here. We
Right?
can sit
Like I
here
could
the
go again.
whole day.
I think you kind of got thrown off because the leader of the pack left out and then came back in, so it kind of shifted your screen. But I'll be more than happy to go again if you need me to, because that's what I do.
It's fine. Okay, Gertrude, who are we moving on to? Are we?
Okay, so shall we do Tracy Jewell first and then you,
Yes.
Ruth? We have
Yes,
two more
that's
speakers coming up. So Tracy Jewell is a speaker based in Australia. She's a social media influencer and she shared this amazing story with us. I will just line up her video and we'll come back.
We have a self-care crisis on our hands. Collectively, women, especially navigating the first few years of motherhood, are feeling overworked, overrun, and overstressed. We don't even get a mention on our to-do list. A latest study has shown that despite COVID lockdowns and more people working from home than ever before, 1 in 3 women haven't had a day to relax alone in over 3 months. It seems like we're so focused on getting what we think we should have, the right clothes, the right car, the right phone, the right career, the right family, or what others need, that we seldom stop to appreciate what we have, and more importantly, accept ourselves just as we are. Our most valuable resource is time, but none of us have nearly enough of it. Childcare, work, elder care, and just the overall daily and weekly maintenance of life seem to demand all of our available time, and we end up not having a moment to catch our breath. Coping with the changing landscape we are so deep in right now with coronavirus can mean dealing with increased daily stress and anxiety, managing information overload, financial stress, and tolerating uncertainty, along with a range of emotions brought on by circumstances that often feel beyond our control. The familiar boundaries we expect to exist between work and other aspects of life have disappeared, and with it, the time to spend on ourselves. A survey of over 20,000 women from all over the world looked at how they like to practice self-care, with answers from ranging listening to music to taking baths or showers to napping at the end of a long day. A staggering 65% of these women admit that they would like to spend more time on self-care, but feel like they don't have the downtime to make it a regular routine. These women feel overwhelmingly busy or tired at least 3 days a week. For most of us, myself included, self-care happens once it becomes an emergency rather than a daily practice. So we know we need self-care to be able to refuel, to keep functioning, let alone thriving. So why don't we do it? And if we do practice self-care, we do so with feelings of shame, guilt, unworthiness, or not being present, thinking about what else we could be doing with that time. When COVID and the first rollout of lockdowns and restrictions happened, we thought it would be a good time, me personally, to expand our family, and we fell pregnant, happily so. It was tough to go to the scans and ultrasound appointments and obstetrician alone, but like everyone, we learned to adapt, and we used video calls to include my partner and family members that couldn't physically be with me for some of these beautiful milestones when you have a baby. At the same time, I was in a work situation where I was subjected to harassment and bullying that really took a toll on my mental health, not to mention the physical challenges of pregnancy. And I felt stuck as who was going to hire someone who's visibly pregnant? Relying on that income, I put up with this toxic work environment, feeling powerless, vulnerable, and uncertain of my future for my growing family. Not the ideal emotional state to bring a new baby into the world. I realized I couldn't change my external world right now, and I had limited options. So instead of distracting myself with food and binging on TV, I decided to use that time before our baby arrived to spend it on me. And after all, once he arrives, I'll have even less time on me. And if I didn't do this, I'd be a nervous wreck and burnt out by the time he was born. So if I didn't have enough self-worth to practice self-care every day for myself, I committed to do it for my unborn child because he deserved it. So I made myself a promise to show up every day and practice self-care in some way, shape or form for 365 days, 1 year of self-care. I printed off 1,000 ideas for self-care off the internet, and I randomly selected one a day and kept a daily journal on how I felt about these self-care practices. Some days were easy, like go for a walk or take deep breaths or have a cup of tea and journal, which I love to do anyway. But other days were much harder, like forgive someone from your past, simplify your schedule, reach out for help, or write a love letter to myself. After 100 of these days of doing the self-care practices every day, no matter how big or small, no matter what, the internal transformations were visible. People began to notice. Life became simpler and boundaries and saying no became easier without the guilt. Showing up for myself became a priority, and with 200 days, my reality became vastly different. I got married. My friendships grew deeper. I was back doing my purpose work, writing books. I had multiple streams of income that allowed me to go on maternity leave and pause the toxic workplace cycle. We started building our family home, and I found I had options and opportunities I didn't see before. I had more energy and I felt empowered and ready to give birth and in control of my life. I've now completed my 365-day challenge, and I've committed to continue this daily practice with my beautiful baby boy. I still have challenges and hard days and sickness that come with a baby and a new family, but I no longer struggle to find this self-care time. And it comes without the mum guilt. It comes from a place of worthiness, self-compassion, mindfulness, and self-love. I now wonder why I struggled so much to do this in the first place, because I really needed it. After going on this self-care devotion, I realized through surveys and chatting to women in similar situations and challenges that there are 6 honest reasons that kept coming up why we find self-care so damn hard. And when we do get up the guts to try something like self-care, we still feel lousy about it. The first is negativity bias. Knowing all that you should do to take care of yourself isn't the same as being able to do it, and this can skew your perspective, making it hard to see what you actually are doing that's healthy. What is called a negativity bias can be one of the most surprising potholes along the road to wellness. And it turns out your thinking about wellness can make a big difference in your experience and participation of it in general. Thinking realistically about self-care can help you select the strategies that make the most sense to you. The second is effort. Self-care takes work, be it getting your day behind you to get to bed on time, planning, shopping, preparing healthy meals, or keeping up with an exercise routine. When you're tired and perhaps most in need of self-care is exactly when exerting the effort for anything can feel especially a tall order, even if you know it will help you feel better on the other side. Acknowledging this reality can help you be realistic and gentle with self-compassion with yourself so that you can look for compromise and better solutions that fit with your current energy level, and you can still show up for some self-care. The third is shame. Believe it or not, self-care can be a magnet for shame, be it shame about not doing the things that you want or need to do, or the more insidious shame that quietly questions whether you actually deserve care and compassion in the first place. Shame can be a toxic bedfellow to self-care and is a powerful accelerant of self-loathing. We live in a society full of shame, and as social beings are deeply vulnerable to its undercurrents that dictate much of our behaviour. Unlike many dark and negative emotion, shame can't exist held up to the rational examination of reality, or to what noted Brené Brown has called the daylight of wellness. Indeed, recognizing and naming shame is the fastest way to dismantle its impact on your life. Number 4, confusing indulgence with self-care. Indulgence stops being self-care when you feel guilty or unhappy with yourself, and this threshold is different for everyone.
Oh my gosh, Gertrude,
One
this is
person's
so
self-care indulgence can be another gateway to
I'm so
self-harm,
happy
depending on
for
your
you. You know, it's so
relationship with
funny.
your
I was literally
activity,
just thinking.
your capacity for moderation, and the reality of its consequences. Take example, eating dessert. For someone who maintains a healthy weight and body image, eating dessert's no big deal. Whereas for someone struggling to shed some unhealthy extra pounds, eating a dessert can be a dangerous threat to their hard-earned momentum and self-care. The trick to determining whether an indulgence is safe is to understand your relationship with an activity. Be honest with yourself and aim for moderation. As I say, too much of a good thing is always too much. 5, it's hard to make good decisions when we're tired. Get tired enough and you will lose discipline and self-control. Out comes, anger spouts and more dessert and some other habit-forming activities or substances that aren't good for us. We become more vulnerable to distractions and impulsivity when we're tired, and when it comes to rewarding activities that stimulates our brain's dopamine system, it can be especially hard to exercise moderation, and worse, our engagement doesn't always feel good. Seldom do we actually feel satisfied. 1 win at solitaire, for example, is never enough. Instead, we are often left chasing another win or left wanting for something else. And this is the ultimate rabbit hole. So understanding its allure can help you make better choices and avoid falling in acknowledging your tiredness. And finally, it's not hard to set yourself up to fail. We all do this. We set up expectations that might seem reasonable on a really good day, and it's just not possible when we're tired or extra stressed. We don't mean to set ourselves up for failure, of course, but we do when we allow our hopes to become our expectations. Predictable feelings of frustration, guilt, and shame can leave us without our optimal coping during the very times we need it and self-care the most. By understanding these things that get in our way, we can create a plan to overcome them. Self-care really is in the planning and showing up every day. And it doesn't have to be extravagant, and it can mean different things to different people, like getting a haircut or simply arriving to appointments on time, or incorporating a simple healthy habit into the life, like meditation or using essential oils. Most women agree that an important part of self-care is prioritizing our mental health during the week. 3 out of 4 of us think every employer should offer mental health days, and the average person has taken 3 mental health days off from their job within the last year. Self-care is just as much about our emotional well-being as it is about our physical health and the health of our environment, such as our home, our community, our work, and the world at large. Prioritizing each of these dimensions of wellness every day is critical to making sure we're set up with the resources and practices to deal with stress and challenges when they inevitably come around. If you find yourself struggling to do the things you know you need to do, take note that you are likely overextended and not at your best. Instead of adding to what is already feeling overwhelming, try instead to recognize the realities of your overwhelm and give yourself a break and some grace. Can you ditch the shame and see how you can view what you are doing as a positive? Sometimes taking a new perspective can make the difference in helping you turn a corner and get back on track. Now is the time to change the definition of self-care. That putting ourselves first doesn't mean others we love last. That we can afford the time, energy, and resources for self-care. In fact, we can't afford not to. This is why I started Upself, a self-care uprising movement, creating self-care space and making me time happen. Join us in making next year your best self-care year like I did. Life, work, money, family, to-do lists, to-don't lists. Ensure this life stuff never gets in the way again of creating the space for you. Giving the best of you, not what's left of you. We will be supporting you in creating daily self-care practices through gentle reminders, ideas, and a little sage advice from our self-care coaches so you can spend this time even in as little as 10 minutes a day reconnecting with your authentic self, creating your ideal lifestyle, and filling your cup up from within. Join our 365-day self-care challenge for free at upself.com.au. We cannot wait to make next year your best self-care year yet.
Welcome back, ladies. That was the amazing Tracy, all the way in Australia, gracing us with her presence today. Another amazing woman. It's amazing how, as women, we are doing so much, trying to survive around family, keeping things going, the challenges we have in the workplace. And she touched on quite a few issues there that women are faced with on a daily basis. So, again, let's go around the room. Renee, if you could chair this session.
Sure. So I'll give my feedback last if that's okay.
Okay.
So let's start with Ruth. Ruth, let's start with you.
Okay. So she talks about self-care and as a mother, as a woman, and of late that has become so important to me, just to take care of myself, just to take sleep at an hour extra, 30 minutes extra, and just have the time to myself, and not feel guilty about it, that, oh, I'm not being productive, I'm not doing anything, I'm just spending time with me. And I really subscribe to that. And I recommend it as well, that we all should have a self-care, at least a self-care regime, or plan, that we have a routine that we use to just refresh, re-energize, and just to feel good again about ourselves, because so much is happening. She talks about COVID and all that, yeah, and a lot has happened during this COVID pandemic.
Facts. Like all of that is so true. Okay, so let's go with comfort.
Wow, I really love that. I love that. I especially enjoyed when she talked about boundaries. So learning to say no, which is something that I've personally been working on. So I really appreciated hearing that echoed. Again, a good reminder for us as mothers and as women who wear many hats. And sometimes um, we are givers most of the time, and it's hard to say no. That is part of self-care, and sometimes we don't think about it that way. So I'm glad in the context in which she put it. It also reminded me of Audre Lorde's quote, where I'll paraphrase it, but it says, caring for myself isn't self-indulgence, but self-preservation. So she touches on that. And then I was thinking about some of the examples she gave, like something as simple as using essential oils, or something that is just even 10 minutes long. Because before I always used to, I don't know for most of us here, but I always used to think, I don't have time. I don't have time. And I realized that I could get a lot done in 7 minutes. Seven is a number of wholesomeness. It's it's a number of completion. And so I've just been using 7 minutes as my time. Like, can I really get those dishes washed in 7 minutes? Can I just take a time to breathe and meditate for 7 minutes? And you realize there's a lot of time. So I appreciated those reminders. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, Miss Angel.
I'm in total agreement with a lot of the things that she said. As a mother of twins, one being of special needs, I think the lesson that I learned after losing myself is that you cannot be last on your to-do list. You have to put yourself first on your to-do list, and you cannot pour from an empty cup. And so many times we as women, as mothers, we sacrifice, and just give out till we give out. So that would be my kudos to her, that you have to put yourself at the top of your own to-do list, and it's okay. I give you permission to.
You all are giving such great nuggets off of her speech. Miss Selena, you're muted. There you go.
Yeah, I think it's very crucial to give yourself, that me time. I call it me time. And, that self care. I started fasting for 7 days, water only, because I wanted to take care of me. And first, the people around me, they say, "Oh, you're starving yourself, you're abusing yourself." But, the power I get, the clarity I get after doing that, it's just amazing. So for me, it's a treat. Today, I went out I do walk walk and run 5 to 7 kilometers per day. So when I went out, I thought, oh, then I need to treat myself. I want to sit down and meditate by the water. There are about 7 lakes near where I live. So I thought, okay, I know sometimes I walk against time. I think I want to do this in an hour. I said, no, sit down, Selena. Look at this vast water. It's so beautiful, it's so quiet, and do some meditation.
Mhm.
And I felt good because I gave myself permission to do that. And I mean, I know I was running late of, on my own terms because I put my time, I want to start doing some work at 10 or whatever. But then I thought, okay, I want just to treat myself. I'll do whatever I need to do when the time is right. Okay, got home, cleaned my kitchen, had a shower, taking it easy, not in a hurry. And so it's like I loved it. Thank you so much for just reminding us that it's just good to self love. Because nobody can do that for you if you don't give yourself permission.
This is true.
Yeah,
This is
because it's a choice. You say you choose to dip. So it's like, I mean, I always say a no is a choice, a yes is a choice. So if you choose to say, I want to give myself some love, that's great. If you want to deny yourself, that's even great as well, because that's what you want.
Right.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Selena. Thank you so much. Miss Gertrude.
Oh man, what a day. Miss Renee, did you give us your feedback?
No, I thought you were going to give your feedback first, and then I was going to give mine. But I'll give mine. It's fine. No, no, my feedback is this. I'm big on self care. The reason being is I lost myself so many times for so many years doing other things for other people, especially now being in the situation I'm in as far as traveling a lot more, being more intentional about being business oriented. Sometimes when you're working for yourself, um, unfortunately, I wasn't blessed to have any kids, so I don't know what it's like from a mother's standpoint. However, being in a house where I'm trying to work and be an entrepreneur, sometimes entrepreneurs put in more work than the actual if you had a 9 to 5, because you're doing so much to try to make sure that your business stays afloat that you forget to actually take time for yourself. And especially if it's something that you really love doing and you're not taxed by doing it, you'll tend to forget. Days will go by and you'll just forget, like, oh my God, I didn't do something.
Mhm.
I myself, I also take care of my father, who is, God willing, he'll be 88 in January. And so I had to realize there are times that I need to slip away. Meaning, if I need to go away for a couple of days, other than me speaking, like I'm usually gone almost every other weekend or so doing some type of speaking engagement, something like that. But I need to learn how to take, or not learn, I need to go back to taking weekends for myself just away. And doing massages and going to get manicures and pedicures and all that other good stuff that tells what self care, or even just going somewhere like Selena said and just sitting somewhere and being quiet. A lot of times I think that, especially since we're all here and we've talked about things of faith and we're women of faith and we believe in God, a lot of times when we pray too, we're so busy communing, meaning talking, running our mouths, whether we're asking or just, admonishing God about everything he's doing for us and thanking him and being, grateful. We also forget to sit and be quiet and allow him to speak back to us. So that's a part of self-care as well, allowing the Lord to minister to you when you're at a point when you're replenished. You can't work from an empty well, period. So I'm through, Gertrude.
Thank you, thank you. Well, my last thing with regards to self-care is I found myself lying flat in a rice field in Bali when I collapsed with congestive heart failure. And this happened while I was coming through my divorce. I stopped taking care of me. I gained a lot of weight. I wasn't eating well. And I remember when I had my angiogram, they inject a dye into your veins so they can see if your coronary arteries are blocked. And the local anesthetic didn't work, so I could feel this doctor cutting into my wrist. And I was screaming with pain. And I had a monitor in front of me. And as the dye rushed through my veins, I could see it filling my heart. And this monitor is in front of me. And I started having a conversation with my heart. And I said, why? Why are you doing this to me? And I got the strangest answer back. My heart said, Gertrude, you have done this to me. I am pumping oxygen and nutrients into every cell of your body to keep you alive, but you've forgotten to take care of me. It was one of the most life-changing moments. We take for granted when all of our organs are working well. We take advantage of these small things that just happen in the background, your ability to breathe, your ability to see, your liver to function properly, your kidneys, your heart. We take it for granted. And so that's my message from this presentation as women. You have to stop, like what Selena said, stop and smell the roses. It's not about the destination. It's not about doing all the time, just being still and soaking in the view of a lake in front of you, spending time with your kids. So thank you, Tracy, for that reminder.
Yeah.
I realized at that point that my health was my wealth, that unless I was healthy, there was nothing I could do for myself or anyone else. So, ladies, we are going to close our conference today with one last presentation from my beautiful sister, Ruth. For those of you who don't know Ruth Dengwani, she is the chairperson for the HerStory Movement Africa. She's the first woman who I shared a vision with, and it was instant. She saw it, she felt it, she became my right-hand woman. So if any of you want to know what's in my head, this is the woman to go to.
I'll try.
She understands me. She understands the crazy. She sees what I see. So, Ruth, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you today of our HerStory Summit, November 2021. After 2 years of struggling to help me put this together, and over 10 years of helping me in Zimbabwe with Africa Thrive. For those of you who don't know, Africa Thrive is a project that we initiated when I moved to New Zealand. I started sponsoring the children in Mazivisa Primary School in Shurugwi, where my ex-husband was born. When I moved to New Zealand, I realized there were 49 orphaned children on my side of the family alone. My grandmother had 11 children. She had 34 grandchildren. 19 of my first cousins died of HIV-related diseases. So this is my second pandemic. On my ex-husband's side, there was another 40 children. So I wrote my first book as a way to make money, to send to Zimbabwe to pay for school fees. It costs $5 to send a child to school for one term of education, $15 a year. And most people in Zimbabwe cannot afford this. So that's how my speaking career started. It was me trying to sell a book, to make money, to send to Zimbabwe at the end of each month. I was committing to sell 100 copies of my book a month. And what happened is I would speak for free. And those free presentations turned into paid presentations. People who would hear me speaking at Rotary clubs would pass my business card to events planners, to people in the corporate world. And it has turned into one of the most amazing 21-year career of my life. I have been to 56 countries. I can't tell you how many towns, how many cities, how many villages in between. Getting an average from $0 to $45,000 an hour US to speak. So when you're coming to this platform, I want to share with you everything I have done to create this amazing speaking career. That is going to be my gift to all of you. And that's part of what the app is about. It's for you to be coached and mentored to think like a thought leader, to go out into the world with one story, one pivotal pillar that you hang all of your content on. So, Ruth, my darling, it's up to you now to close us off for the day. Thank you for being there. Thank you for empowering me and believing in me. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gertrude. And thank you for empowering me. I realized at the end of last year that I'd been working with Gertrude for 10 years, and she threw me in the deep end, especially with this summit. And I realized she was saying to me, look, I've been with you for 10 years. It's time for you to implement what I've been showing you and what I've been imparting in you. So I met Gertrude in 2010 when she came to South Africa. At that time, I was based in Johannesburg in South Africa. When she came to South Africa on her way to Zimbabwe, and that's where we met. And we met at my friend, one of my best friends' house. One of my best friends is Gertrude's niece, or her ex-husband's niece, cousin. So that's how we met. And I was in between jobs. I just moved back to Joburg from Polokwane in the north, in South Africa. And I was in between jobs, so looking for a job. And Gertrude came to Africa, and she needed a driver and a guide around Johannesburg. And my friend says to her, don't worry, I've got a friend who is staying with me. Because at that time I was staying with my friend. I've got a friend who's staying with me. She can take you around. So Gertrude came, and the first time I met with her, she's got this energy, she's got this vibrancy, and she just swept me in that moment. And for some reason, Gertrude reminded me of my two older sisters that I had lost, and I saw in Gertrude an older sister. And so I just fell in love with her as a sister and as a woman. And then we started doing the rounds and the buying of the things that were needed for the project in Shurubi in Zimbabwe. And she began to tell me her vision. And her vision was, and it still is, helping the orphans in Zimbabwe, helping the women, empowering the women to make a difference, to be able to live independently, economically, in their different spaces, in the village as well as in towns, whatever project we decided to be involved with. So at that time, I thought, oh my goodness, what a selfless woman, She's just given her life to doing this so much work. I've got so much to learn from this woman. So I decided from that day that I was going to learn as much as I could from Gertrude, and just watch her and do the things that she would teach me to do. So we are in South Africa, and we buying all the stuff, and now we have a heap of things that need to get to Zimbabwe. And now the transportation from South Africa to Zimbabwe. So we had to hire a car. We had to hire a truck to get these things to Zimbabwe. And I say to her, look, I'm not doing anything. I would love to go to Zimbabwe anyway. I want to spend some time with my family. So let me escort the driver to the village and deliver these things. And I'll proceed on my way to Harare, because the driver was going to Harare, where my family is. So we get to the border. We spent 3 days at the border because the custom, they kept changing the goalposts, they kept changing whatever fees we had to pay. And we were telling them these things are for charity, they're a donation to a school, but they still charged us. So there was back and forth. And then she was still in Joburg, and calling her to get her to pay, to make the payment to the customs and immigration office. And when that was done, we got to Mazivisa in the southern part of Zimbabwe, in the village, and we delivered these things at the school. And I knew she was coming in about 5 days. She'll be coming to the village. So I decided, I'm not in a hurry to get to Harare. Let me just wait for her. So she gets to the village, and she's shocked to see me because she couldn't get hold of me when I went into Zimbabwe. You know, I lost network in the village and I couldn't charge my phone. So she had no way of getting hold of me. She just knew that the things were delivered, but she couldn't talk to me. She could not get hold of me. So she gets to the village with the team that she was coming with from New Zealand and Australia. And she's shocked to see me there, to find me still there. She's like, "You are still here?" I said, "Yes, I'm still here. And I want to help. I want to be part of this project. I want to be part of the vision because it aligns with my desires as well. Because I also desire to empower women, young women, or the less privileged women. And my heart is for orphans as well. So I want to work with you in Africa Thrive. So we spent 10 days at the village, building a library, painting the school, feeding the children. We have a feeding project. We feed them porridge in the morning, and then we give them lunch. After school. So we spend that time doing the work, working with the villagers and the community. A real work, when you get hands-on and involved, just giving back to a community. And that was so fulfilling for me. And after those 10 days, then there was a nice reward at the end of the hard work. We traveled to Victoria Falls with the team to show them the different tourist attractions between Masvingo and Victoria Falls, and obviously culminating in the Vic Falls trip. And then they left from Vic Falls, and then I drove back to Harare. And I'd never felt that fulfilled in doing something for someone else who's not a relative, somebody else who's not family, somebody I didn't know. Like when I did that work at the village, I felt so fulfilled. It felt like I was walking in my purpose. Despite the challenges and the problems that we've faced, what has made me stay in this project is because it's giving more than it's giving more than to somebody somebody to a family, somebody who you can say, "Oh, that's my sister. I helped her." It's just giving back, to a community, to people that are not able to do for themselves, or people that need help in empowering and getting skilled in the right skills for them to become empowered. And then they just replicate the process by teaching others. And that has been fulfilling because I've also found out that not your relatives or your friends or your family are necessarily your tribe. And I found the people that I've worked with, the people that understand my purpose, the people that understand my dreams, are not necessarily my family. My family could be looking at me and saying, "Is she crazy? She's been doing this for years," and they're not even making money. But the fulfillment and just having working with like-minded people has been awesome. So I've learned from Gertrude a lot of things. I've learned how to be empathetic. I've learned how to be selfless. I've learned how to give without thinking of self. I've learned how to support. And one of the things that she's taught me is focus. You know, people will say a lot of things. People don't understand your purpose. People don't understand your dream. People don't even understand your calling, the call of God on your life. So you just focus, keep in your lane, focus, and ignore. I call her, I think I tell her that she's got a PhD in the ability to ignore the noise or to shut down other voices and all the noise around her and just focus. That's who she is. So over the years, we've been like sisters. We are sisters actually by choice and by love. And we've gone through so much, the losses in our family, and the hurt, the pain, the divorce she's gone through, the new marriage, the celebration. So we've really walked a walk of love and supporting each other and just being there for each other. I know that my child can pick up the phone and just call her, Auntie Gertrude, I need this, and she will be there. That's who she's become to me, a sister, not by blood, but by love. And I really, really appreciate her. I appreciate you, Sis Getty. You are a sister to me. You're a mother to my son. I know if anything were to happen to me today, I know you look after him and you guide him through his life, because that's who you are and that's the heart you have for him. And I really, really love you. And I am so glad to be part of this her story and just seeing things turn now, and clarity in the vision and in the dream and the mission that we are on. A number of ladies from her story also are now on a women's leadership training that's happening through the University of Zambia, through Gertrude and her gifting us this opportunity. So really, really grateful for what you are doing in my life, what you've done, and the impact you've had in my life. I love you, sis. Thank you, ladies.
That was so beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're muted, Gertrude.
Thank you, Ruth. I was saying you're just going to make me cry again at the end of the day. But it has been a real celebration, and I want to share with you guys pictures of the first day that we met and what actually happened, because they say a picture shares 1,000 words. I was on Facebook just now and I found the album that has the photos of the day that Ruth came on board to support me. Tell me if you can see one picture or more than one.
More than one.
Okay, so I've picked up the wrong link. I'll share again. So what had actually happened is when we got to the school, there were 350 kids. And we noticed that as soon as the children came to class and sat down, they would all fall asleep. I said to the principal, why is there no energy in the school? These kids are lethargic. They look tired. What's going on? And he said to me, my Simba inzara, which means these kids are hungry. So we had had a drought. We had had torrential rains. The whole of Southern Africa was flooded. Most people were eating 2 or 3 times a week, if they were lucky. So I said to Ruth, let's go and buy some cornmeal. Let's buy some peanut butter and milk. And let's make some porridge.
Yeah.
This was the fire.
Oh, gosh.
These are the grade 7 kids picking up the sticks, helping us make a fire so we could start a feeding program. This is the condition of this school when we started. The Zimbabwean government has not touched the rural schools in 25 years. Buildings are collapsing, there's no infrastructure, no tables, no books, nothing. So this was the first meal we served at Mazivisa Primary. These are the teachers' houses. No windows. Windows are broken, shattered. These are now the kids lining up to get a bowl of porridge. Now, this picture, the big boy who's standing next to me is my son. He was 11 years old. The children in the queue, most of them are kids of his age group. And because Dumi lives in New Zealand, he gets 3 meals a day. He was standing head and shoulders taller than children of his age group. And that was just heartbreaking to see.
Where did you get the plates to serve the bowls for the porridge?
We bought plastic plates, plastic spoons,
tumblers,
because
we're also giving them tea.
Oh, bless.
And if you notice the sticker on the children's foreheads, those were name tags. So we started taking pictures and they would put the name tag on their chest. But by the end of the day, every child had the name tag on their forehead. And when I asked why they weren't taking them off, one of the little kids said to me, "I don't want you to forget me."
Oh, bless.
We didn't have much. We were just doing it on the ground.
We had a lot. We had love. That's a lot.
And these are the ladies who came on the first trip to Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
I came up with an idea to charge $15,000 to bring people to Zim. I had tried to raise money through donations. It was difficult to run a nonprofit. So I turned it into a for-profit business where I charge people $15,000 to come with me to Zim. They were not rich women, but I showed them how to make the money. Each of them had to sell 100 tickets at $150 each. And I created what was called the Africa-inspired Gala Dinner. And I flew to each of their cities. There were 3 of them who came the first time. And I was the gourmet chef for the night. I cooked sadza, nemuriwo, vegetables. I hired African musicians to come and drum, decorated the hall with African fabrics and textiles. And that first year, we raised $55,000 between the 4 of us, just 4 women. So I've come to learn that $1 million is just a 1 with a few extra zeros next to it. That the money is always there. If you know how to find it, it is always wherever we are. So this was the first day. And what happened with this feeding program is that all the villagers started sending the under 5-year-olds to the school for food every morning. It helped us increase the roll. Everybody was sending kids to this school because there was food available. These 3 women have stuck with us for the last 10 years. They've come back more than once. One of them was an early childhood teacher, Lena, and she decided to commit to the preschool. So we were forced to start a preschool. And in this preschool, the mothers who normally go to the fields with the babies on their backs have now got a place to leave the kids where they can get a meal. And it has just been one of the most fulfilling things I have ever done in my life. You know, our toilets, these were the toilets before we refurbished. So we used the money to start a microloan program. where we were rebuilding the school. This is the teacher's table. No books, no stationery, blackboards are cracked. And Lena committed for 1 year to raising money for our school. This is the library. Books were dating back to 1967, the year I was born. I gave a speech and I shared these pictures in the United States, in Cambridge, in Boston. And a young girl came up to me, African American girl. She was 21 years old. And she said to me, Gertrude, I'm so inspired with what you've done. I'm a single mom. I don't have money, but there's just something in my heart that is telling me I should be helping you. And I said to her, you know, sometimes it's not about money that changes the world. Sometimes somebody comes to me with an idea. And I said, if you pray, go and pray about it. The fact that you're feeling it in your heart means you've got a gift for us. She came back with an idea to collect books for that small library. Alexandra put bins in lecture theaters at her university and told all of the lecturers to tell their students to bring books they didn't want. In 90 days, she collected 5,000 books for our library. Our library in Mazirisa, Churugwi, is named after a young 21-year-old African-American girl called Alexandra Venegas.
Yeah.
And this is what we did with our guests. It was like a 10-day miracle. We gave microloans to the women and the men in the community to make the bricks we needed to rebuild. Instead of getting a contractor to come and rebuild the school, we trained the community. We were buying the bricks back at 25 cents a piece. So each person got $50. They could buy 5 bags of cement. They could make 1,000 bricks that we were buying back at 25 cents. So each person made $250. They had to pay back the loan. So it's about giving somebody a hand up, not a handout. So there's our library, almost finished to be painted. And everybody from this community came with a stick, with a brush to help us repaint. It was like a 10-day miracle. There's the beautiful Ruth doing her thing. It was just the most amazing day. So we repainted a dilapidated school and restored it in 10 days.
Yeah.
These are our teachers. We had bought them tracksuits that were donated by a school in New Zealand. Everybody who had a stick, who had a brush, came to contribute to this project. And it just showed the power of the collective. We brought sewing machines and overlockers, and we trained all the women in the community who know how to sew to cut and make the school uniforms for us. So Mazirisa Primary does not need to go to Gweru to buy school uniforms. The women in the community are making the uniforms for the school. When we installed electricity, I found that I had a bill to pay from New Zealand every month end. So now we only show up with a whiteboard and a pen. I've come to realize that people have got the solution to all of their problems. You shouldn't go in with the solutions. We brainstormed with the community that day. One of my aunts who had 6 children who had died of AIDS. In fact, 7 of her children died. She was 92 years old. She had 15 grandchildren in the school. She put up her hand and she said to me, Gertrude, we are traveling to the next village, 10 kilometers away, to get the corn ground. So you need to understand, African women are the mules. They will carry 50 kg bags of corn on their heads to get it ground back and forth. She said, why don't you invest in buying a grinding mill that belongs to the school? We are paying money 15 kilometers away. If we had a grinding mill, people would come to the school, Ruth and I went to South Africa. We bought a grinding mill for $500. They are making more money than they need to pay their electricity bill right now. One piece of equipment changed everything. So, what we do is what's called enterprise facilitation. We go into communities without the solutions. People have got the solutions to all of their problems. What they need is support, what they need is resources. There is a TED talk that is called If You Want to Help Someone, Shut Up and Listen. So that's what we do. We tune into what communities are needing. We get them to come up with the solutions, because if you go into these communities with the solutions, you don't solve the problem. There's no ownership. It doesn't belong to them. It's something that belongs to you. So we go in, we sit down with communities, we find out what they need, and our job is to go out, get the resources, get the money, enroll people, and shine a light on that project. And that's what the Her Story movement is all about. That's why we're saying, if you're coming on board, if you don't have a social impact project you're already supporting in your community, you can plug into all of the projects that we have already initiated. And we have over 200 of them. Right now, we are trying to raise money and Comfort. This is why I wanted you to come on this call, and Selena. We are trying to raise money to create a women's cooperative to make reusable sanitary pads for girls in Zimbabwe. Most little girls in Africa don't go to school if they have a period. In Zimbabwe, our government is not importing menstrual product that the poor can afford. Women and girls in rural communities are using bark. They use old rags when they have a period, or if they don't have, they don't go to school. So I gave a speech when we launched Her Story in Las Vegas. Our chairperson for Riverside, California, and Comfort, I will connect you with Jerry. She was in the audience, 73-year-old woman who used to work for Delta. And she came up to me and she said to me, Gertrude, I'm already working with a church group in California. We are making reusable sanitary pads for girls in Guatemala. For the whole of 2019 and 2020, she turned her garage into a workshop and invited people from her church to come and help her make these pads. They made 1,000 kits for us. And in each kit, there are 7 pads. They put 3 pairs of panties. Our girls are getting raped because they do not have underwear. They put 3 bars of soap. She puts in a small menstrual chart so they can track their days and know when the next period is coming. That product was about to be shipped to Zimbabwe just before COVID. So Comfort, this is sitting in California right now. We're trying to raise money to ship to Zimbabwe. And it's going to go from my Rotary Club to the Rotary Club in Gweru, so we don't have to pay customs duty. So when COVID happened, I said to Jerry, we have to make this more sustainable. Help us find sewing machines, help us find overlockers and fabric, and we will start a women's cooperative in the village. So the mothers in the community get to make these pads, get employment, and the kids stay in school. So she has already bought us sewing machines and overlockers. So all of my sisters in the US, I'm calling for your help for us to raise the money to ship the sewing machines and overlockers to Zimbabwe to start a women's cooperative so we can keep our girls in school and we can help their mothers with employment. So there's many of these projects. We'll be sharing them every day with you guys as we go through the next 10 days. So you can see the work we're doing on the ground in Africa. We will share projects that have been bought by the other women who've joined the circle. I think it's important for you to see what other people are doing in their communities. And our job is to shine a light on all of these projects and help us get global visibility and help. So we're going to end our day on this note. I thank you all for tuning in today. for being a part of Her Story Circle's November online summit. Thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you to the panel
Yes.
panelists who are here to discuss with us and share your views and ideas. So we'll be back again tomorrow, same time. It will be 9 o'clock in New Zealand, 7 o'clock
Yeah.
in Australia. Renee, what time did we start where you are?
It was almost 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time.
Central Standard Time. Selena, what time was it in the UK?
Oh, I was a bit late, so I don't know what time you started, but I got in around 9.
Okay, so probably had started at 8 in the
8.
UK.
Yeah.
So we'll be back again tomorrow, everybody. A hand to all of the amazing speakers we had today. Have a fantastic day, morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Much love to you all. Bye for now. Thank you, ladies. Go to sleep, Ruth, Selena.
Yes. It's 2:30 a.m. I am definitely going to sleep.
All
I
right,
can
ladies.
imagine, Ruth.
Thank you.
12:30 here.
Bye.
Bye.
Miss Gertrude, when you have a minute, we need to talk.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss
schedule that.
Gertrude, when you have a minute, we need to talk.
I'm gonna tell you, I almost missed today because I thought it was tomorrow because it's already Saturday there. It's Friday here, so I was planning
Yes.
tomorrow.
And I just got an email from Heidi, Ruth.
Yeah.
Heidi thought that it's tomorrow as well. That's why she didn't come on. So please send her an email, send her the link for tomorrow. We'll replay her video tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out to us. Sometimes we forget that we live in the future, Angel.
Yes.
New Zealand is the first country that sees the sun. So I forget sometimes. And when we do the time conversions, we forget to remind people that we are a day ahead of the rest of the world.
When she sent me the link on Facebook and it said 3 o'clock today, it was November 19th. I was like, what? I was all planned for tomorrow and was getting ready to take a nap.
Well, I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you made it.
I am. I would have been so upset with myself. Oh my goodness. And then I would have really felt shameful to have to tell you, you know what? I missed this because I thought it was tomorrow.
I thought I put it on Messenger. You know when we're talking on Messenger?
No, I think we just have to reiterate that. That we are always a day ahead. We're working on New Zealand time because it's a sweet spot for people in the US. It's okay, a bit late for Ruth and people in Zimbabwe and the UK, but we just had to find a time that kind of works out for people all over the world. So we will connect. Let us get through these next 10 days. I'm normally free after this every day. So I'll send you a calendar invite and we can reconnect. And Selena, I'll try and catch you in the morning, your time. Sound good?
That's good.
And Comfort, if you're available now, you've got my link. Let's jump onto Zoom and catch up for a few minutes.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I am so refreshed to meet all of you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Comfort too.
Yeah.
Good night, sisters.
All right, ladies.
Love
Thank
you,
you.
sisters.
Bye.
Much love. Shalom.
Well, stop the live on Facebook, please.
Oh, we're still going.